Redux, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gaputan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Hello, grade 8 learners. Good afternoon. Welcome back to another educational adventure. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. We are also streaming live via our Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. You can also watch us via Converge TV, Channel 100. It is a privilege to be with all of you today as we tackle a topic that will pique your curiosity while also providing you with the knowledge that you can utilize to your daily life. Broadcasting live here in Hirona, Tarlac via remote live broadcast. This is teacher broadcaster Lizelle Ruba, your English teacher for today. I hope you're all looking forward of learning something new today. Please make sure you have your self-learning modules, learning activity sheets, paper, and ballpen before we start the session. Also, please leave your names, sections, and schools in the chat box so that your subject teachers are aware that you are taking part in today's discussion. The focus of our lesson today is about synthesizing information using strategies, still targeting the same MELCs, synthesized essential information found in various sources. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to determine the strategies in synthesizing important information, synthesize important information from multiple sources using different methods or strategies. Are you ready to go? Let's begin. Let us review some terms or concepts to refresh your memory about the lesson Ma'am Kimberly taught you in the previous discussion by filling out Activity 1 on your learning activity sheet entitled Let Us Recall. Identify whether the underlined phrases or clauses in every sentence is correct or incorrect about synthesis. Put a check mark if the phrases or clauses are correct and put a cross mark if not, or incorrect. Write your answers on your answer sheet. For number 1, I will read each of the sentences twice. Number 1, synthesis refers to combining multiple sources and ideas. Synthesis refers to combining multiple sources and ideas. Number 2, synthesis is not a summary, but summary leads to synthesis. Synthesis is not a summary, but summary leads to synthesis. Number 3, secondary sources include diaries, speeches, letters, photographs, film footages, autobiographies. Secondary sources include diaries, speeches, letters, photographs, film footages, and autobiographies. Put a check mark if the phrases or clauses are correct and put a cross mark if not. Let us check your answer. For number 1, the answer is correct. That is a check mark. For number 2, That is also correct. Check mark. For number 3, that is incorrect. Cross mark. Now we go to number 4 and number 5. Number 4, when we synthesize, we don't involve redrafting, revising, editing, and proofreading our work. When we synthesize, we don't involve redrafting, revising, editing, and proofreading our work. Number 5, synthesizing makes us collect new information, form new thoughts and ideas, and evolve our thinking. Synthesizing makes us collect new information, form new thoughts and ideas, and evolve our thinking. Put a check mark if the phrases or clauses are correct and put a cross mark if not. Let us check your answer. For number 5, that is incorrect, cross mark. And lastly, for number 5, that is correct, check mark. You might be aiming to make a well-written synthesis through learning how to synthesize using strategies. Thus, for you to be able to synthesize information, these methods should help you. The first method we have here is the add method. A, for what the students already know about the topic. D, for what the students learned during the reading on the same topic. And the other D, for what the students learned during the discussion of that topic. For the letter A, first the students think about what they already know about the topic. While or during reading the topic, the students now learn and think about new facts in the text. And then, the students should talk with their partners, discuss what they have learned, and know of what they have learned and know on the topic during the discussion of that topic. The advantage of add method is that it helps you learn to integrate your learning with what you already know and discuss it with others. Let us have, for example, The Lion and the Mouse by Aesop. A lion lay asleep in a forest, his great head resting on his paws. A little timid mouse came upon him unexpectedly, and in her fright and haste to get away, ran across the lion's nose. Roused from his nap, the lion laid his huge paw angrily on the tiny creature to kill her. "Spare me," begged the poor mouse. "Please let me go, and someday I will surely repay you." The lion was much amused to think that a mouse could ever help him, but he was generous and finally let the mouse go. Some days later, while stalking his prey in the forest, the lion was caught in the toils of a hunter's net. Unable to free himself, he filled the forest with his angry roaring. The mouse knew the voice and quickly found the lion struggling in the net. Running to one of the great ropes that bound him, gnawed it until it parted, and soon the lion was free. "You laughed when I said I would repay you," said the mouse. "Now you see that even a mouse can help a lion." The moral of the story: kindness is never wasted. When we apply the add method from this fable, you might be thinking and saying, "At first, I thought this was a story about a lion who was going to eat a mouse. But now that I've finished reading the story, I'm thinking it's about a mouse who got lucky after the lion let him go." Finally, after reading it, I believe that this story is about how anyone can make a difference and be kind to everyone, regardless of their physical appearance, body size or build, or social status. Also, we can use for number two, strategy or method in synthesizing information. We can use a Venn diagram. This method can be used to record facts about two topics in the large outer circles. Then, overlapping facts and ideas where the circles overlap. They can add information at any point during the process, including prior knowledge, reading, and discussion. Students can use this diagram to generate their own ideas and thoughts about the subject. Keep in mind, however, that Venn diagrams work best with simple topics and comparisons. Let's have another example. Consider the Aesop's Fables, The Lion and the Mouse, and Casey Gutteridge's story, The Leopard and the Mouse. We have two fables here. The contrast or differences between these two topics or fables were displayed in the large outer circles of the Venn diagram, while the comparisons or similarities were displayed in the overlapping circle. All right, are you now familiar with the strategies we can use to synthesize? I'm sure you are. Let us do our activity entitled Getting Essential Information under Let Us Apply on your learning activity sheet. You are going to read the paragraph with me. Let us read it twice. Then you will pick out at least two essential ideas or important information by writing them down on your answer sheet. The paragraph goes this way. With the advent of technology, more and more people logged into social media. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram keep us connected with family members. They are great places to meet new people, reconnect with long-lost friends, or even to start relationships. However, people should realize that online relationships are not healthy substitutes for real-life interactions. Again, with the advent of technology, more and more people logged into social media. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram keep us connected with family members. They are great places to meet new people, reconnect with long-lost friends, or even to start relationships. However, people should realize that online relationships are not healthy substitutes for real-life interactions. Let us check your answers. I will be presenting 5 possible answers, and if you got 2 of them, if you have familiar answers from the presented answers, then you are correct. The first one, the first essential information we can get from the paragraph is social media connects family and friends. Second, it could be it's a place to meet new people. Third, it could be this way. It's a way to reconnect. Fourth, it's a place to start relationship. And another possible answer is that it's not a healthy substitute for real life interaction or relationship. Excellent! If your answers, again I say, are similar to any of these given possible answers that I have presented, then You are correct. Now, let's have the second activity under Let Us Apply. This is entitled Analyzing the Information Given from Different Sources. Read and analyze the information given from the two codes. Then, answer the questions that follow. Write the letter of the correct answer on your answer sheet. I will read the codes, these two codes, twice. First quote. We know that people were buried there and that the stones are aligned in astronomically important ways. We also understand, because of the chemical composition of animal bones found nearby and the provenance of the stones, that people traveled hundreds of miles to visit Stonehenge. Second quote, it was believed that these particular stones had many healing properties because in Thessaly there are many sacred springs that are considered to have health-giving qualities. Again, the first quote. We know that people were buried there and that the stones are aligned in astronomically important ways. We also understand, because of the chemical composition of animal bones found nearby and the provenance of the stones, that people traveled hundreds of miles to visit Stonehenge. Second quote, it was believed that these particular stones had many healing properties because in Thessaly there are many sacred springs that are considered to have health-giving qualities. I will read each of the following items twice. Afterwards, you type or you write the correct letter of your answer on your answer sheet. For number 1, what is the main idea in the first quote? What is the main idea in the first quote? A. The stones were astronomically formed. B. Many people traveled hundreds of miles just to visit the Stonehenge. C. Stonehenge was thought to be a burial ground due to bones being buried near the stones. A. The stones were astronomically formed. B. Many people traveled hundreds of miles just to visit the Stonehenge. C. Stonehenge was thought to be a burial ground due to bones being buried near the stones. The correct answer is letter C. Very good. Number 2. What is the main idea in the second quote? What is the main idea in the second quote? A. The springs have health-giving qualities. B. The Stonehenge has many sacred springs. C. Stonehenge is thought to have been used for its healing properties due to the sacred springs on site. A. The springs have health-giving qualities. B. The Stonehenge has many sacred springs. C. Stonehenge is thought to have been used for its healing properties due to the sacred springs on site. The correct answer is letter C. You got it right. Lastly, for number 3, which of the following statements best synthesizes the information from the two quotes? Which of the following statements best synthesizes the information from the two quotes? A. The Stonehenge became a healing place that attracted many people to visit it. B. The Stonehenge was used both as a healing site and a burial place for travelers. C. Stonehenge was used a healing site for inhabitants and travelers that were unwell, and those that did not heal were buried near the monument. A. The Stonehenge became a healing place that attracted many people to visit it. B. The Stonehenge was used both as a healing site and a burial place for travelers. And C. Stonehenge was used a healing site for inhabitants and travelers that were unwell, and those that did not heal were buried near the monument. What is the correct answer? Right, it is letter B. Good job, dear learners. Let us now strengthen what you are learning for today. Let us synthesize using the add method. The selection you are going to read is about friendship and compassion. Before you read, think about what you already know or your experiences. Make your synthesis following and completing the chart provided. We call it the Sunday synthesis. Write your answers on your answer sheet. I will read the selection twice about The Fire of Friendship by Paulo Coelho twice. Coelho. The Fire of Friendship by Paulo Coelho. A man called Ali is in need of money and asks his boss to help him out. His boss sets him a challenge. If he can spend all night on the top of a mountain, he will receive a great reward. If he fails, he will have to work for free. The story continues. When he left the shop, Ali noticed that an icy wind was blowing. He felt afraid and decided to ask his best friend Heidi if he thought he was mad to accept the wager. Don't worry. After considering the matter for a moment, Heidi answered, "Don't worry. I'll help you tomorrow. I'll be on the top of the mountain opposite, where I'll keep a fire burning all night for you. Look at the fire and think of our friendship, and that will keep you warm. You'll make it through the night, and afterwards, I'll ask you something in return." Ali won the wager, got the money, and went to his friend's house. "You said you wanted some sort of payment in return." Heidi said, "Yes, but it isn't money. Promise that if ever a cold wind blows through my life, you will light the fire of friendship for me." Let's use this chart or the synthesis Sunday. Give first the thoughts you have at first you saw or read the topic. Next, the thoughts that you have while you are currently reading the text. And then, after you read it and discuss it with somebody or with your classmate, you give the idea that you have learned. Let us see if we have the same responses or answers based on the possible answer that I am presenting right now. However, the answers here may vary, and your subject teacher in English will help you check it. The possible answer could go this way. At first, I thought the story is about a man who helped his friend in need. While I was reading, I started to think that this story is about friendship that practices a give and take relationship. After reading the story, I think that the things we may do or give in return to our friends for their help to us are not necessarily in the form of material things, but rather our encouragement and even our presence alone is enough when they need it most. You are doing great job, dear learners. You are showing mastery of our lesson. Are you now excited about our post-listening or viewing activity? On your learning activity sheet, Using the Venn diagram, write a well-synthesized paragraph from the given sources below. The source number 1 is Amherst and smallpox. An article taken from Native Web defines smallpox as a deadly disease spread by some virus. Through the lungs, the virus penetrates the entire lymphatic system and may infect the blood. Source number 2, smallpox, only adults suffer. An article by Kelly Donner insists on the fact that this disease is not that threatening today, as the prevention measures are stronger. The writer proves her words with the evidence from the recent studies. They show the significant drop in fatal outcomes during the last decade. Let us see if we have the same responses or answers based on the possible answer that I am presenting right now. However, the answers here may vary, and your subject teacher will help you check it. Synthesis for the comparison and contrast of the two sources using the Venn diagram. Both explored sources agreed that a special program of vaccinations by the World Health Organization made smallpox one of the two infectious illnesses that have been eradicated in full. It means that more severe health conditions exist without any effective treatment. Unlike Donner, Native Web authors do not think everything is over. They insist that the final traces of the virus from the disease. Make sure to write a sheet of paper for your subject teacher to assess it properly, guided by the given rubrics in your self-learning module that is to be submitted during your limited face-to-face classes. Awesome! Grade 8 learners, you did a very good job today. Indeed, we can learn the English subject while having fun together with Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Again, this is Ma'am Laizil V. Ruba, your teacher broadcaster for English 8 today. I hope you had a great time learning. Have a great day!
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Porok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Capas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Naririto na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. At ako nga pala ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at naririto akong muli upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na ito, ang tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang pangkapayapaang daigdig. At sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nasa ikawalong baitang at sa lahat ng mga magulang na patuloy na ginagabayan ng kanilang mga anak, kung meron kayong nais linawin o itanong tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na to, maaari kayong mag-text sa mga numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At ang aking numero ay 0921 25 225 24. Kaya, ano pang hinihintay nyo at text na. At paalaala sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa mga dapat ninyong gawin upang magkaroon ng maayos na pakikinig at panonood ng ating live broadcast dito lamang sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Narito ang mga dapat ninyong gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. Ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang ating tatalakayin. At yan ang mga bagay na dapat ninyong gawin. Alam kong kayang-kaya ninyong gawin ang lahat ng aking mga nabanggit. At bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong talakayan sa araw na ito, balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong balikan ang mga impormasyong ibinigay ukol sa pagtatalakay natin sa paksang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Natalakay noong nakaraang linggo ang mga sumusunod na paksa. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang tagumpay ng Allied Powers at mga naging bunga ng digmaan. At natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pag-agaw ng Japan sa Manchuria. Pag-alis ng Germany sa Liga ng mga Bansa. Pagsakop ng Italia sa Ethiopia. Digmaang sibil sa Spain. Pagsanib ng Austria at Germany. Paglusob ng Alemanya sa Czechoslovakia. At paglusob ng Germany sa Poland. Inulit ko, yan ang mga natutunan ninyo tungkol sa mga naging sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Nalaman din ninyo ang mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At narito ang mga sumusunod. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pagbagsak ng Sicily. Pagkapanalo sa Hilagang Africa. D-Day sa Normandy. At Victory in Japan Day. Ilan pa sa mga natutunan ninyo ay ang mga naging bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ang itinuturing bilang pinakamagastos na digmaan sapagkat tinatayang umabot sa halos 2 trilyong dolyar ang kabuang halagang nagastos. Marami ang nasawi at maraming ari-arian ang nasira. Alam ko na naaalala pa ninyong lahat ang ating talakayan noong nakaraang linggo tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ngayong araw ay isa na namang panibagong talakayan ang magaganap. Handa na ba kayo para sa isa na namang paksang aralin? Pero bago yan ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Bago natin tuklasin ang mga impormasyon tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig, narito ang aking panuto para sa gagawin nating laro. At bago dyan, ay matututunan ninyo ang Most Essential Learning Competency. Natataya ang pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig at kaunlaran. Ngayon ay sisimulan na natin ang ating paksang talakayan, ating bagong talakayan sa araw na ito. Bago tayo dumako sa pagtatalakay ng bagong aralin, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Napakadali lamang ng larong ito at tiyak na kayo ay matutuwa. Handa na ba kayo? Ang tanging gagawin nyo lamang ay ayusin ang mga letrang gulo-gulo upang makabuo kayo ng isang panibagong salita. Ang lahat ng mabubuo ninyong mga salita ay makatutulong sa pag-uunawa natin o pag-uunawa ninyo sa bagong paksang aralin na tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Handa na ba kayo? Narito ang unang bilang. Ang tanging gagawin lamang ninyo ay ayusin ang mga gulugulong letra para makabuo ng isang panibagong salita. At kayo ay bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat bilang. At sa lahat ng ating mga taga-subaybay ng remote live broadcast, maaari ninyong i-type ang inyong mga sagot sa comment box. At ang tamang sagot para sa unang bilang ay kapayapaan. Binabati ko ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, nakuha kaya ninyo ang tamang sagot? Muli, binabati ko ang lahat ng nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ang sagot ay nagkakaisa. Para sa ikatlong bilang, at ang tamang sagot para dito ay united. Ang susunod na bilang, ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay nations. Susunod na bilang, tignan natin kung nakuha ninyo ang tamang sagot. Kaligtasan. Susunod na bilang. Tapos na ang 3 segundo at ang tamang sagot ay bansa. Para sa ikapitong bilang. Handa na ba kayo? At ang tamang sagot para dito ay council. Para sa ikawalong bilang. At ang tamang sagot ay justice. Pangalawa sa pinakahuling bilang. Ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay assembly. Para sa ikahuling bilang. At sa pagtatapos ng 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay security. Binabati ko ang lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nakakuha ng perfect score. At kayo ay magaling dahil kayo ay nakabuo ng mga salitang magpapaunawa sa ating paksang aralin. Ilan sa mga salitang nabuo ninyo ay kapayapaan, nagkakaisa, united, nations, kaligtasan, bansa, council, justice, assembly, at security. Ano nga ba ang kinalaman ng mga salitang ito sa ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito? Atin nang sisimulan ang ating talakayan? At handa na ba kayong makinig? At magkaroon na naman ng panibagong kaalaman? At upang masundan ang ating talakayan tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Upang hindi na masundan pang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, humanap ng paraan ang mga bansa upang tuluyan ng makamit ang kapayapaan. Isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa nila ay ang pagtatatag ng United Nations. Isang malaking papel ang ginampanan ng Organisasyong United Nations sa pagkakamit ng tinatawag nating kapayapaang pandaigdig. Hindi pa natatapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ay naisip na ni Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng United States na muling magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa Liga ng mga Bansa. At 4 na buwan bago sumalakay ang mga Hapones sa Pearl Harbor, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at punong Ministro Winston Churchill ng England ay bumalangkas ng deklarasyon. Ang Atlantic Charter na siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o tinatawag nating United Nations. Sa isang komperensya sa Moscow noong Oktubre 1943, ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union ay nagkasundo na pairalin at panatilihin ang kapayapaan sa sandaling matalo ang Axis. At sinundan ito ng deklarasyon ng 4 na bansa kasama ang China upang maitatag ang isang pangkahalatang samahang pandaigdig upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa mundo. At 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang Karta ng mga Bansang Nagkakaisa. Noong Oktubre 24 ng 1945 ay itinatag ang mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations o UN. Muling nagpulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga bansa sa London noong 1946 at nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Tandaan ang mga sumusunod na petsa na naging mahalaga sa pagbabalangkas ng United Nations. Oktubre 1943, nagkasunto ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union na pairalin at panatilihin ang pandaigdigang kapayapaan sa oras na matalo ang Axis powers. Pebrero 1943, nagkasundo ang Big Three na sina Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng US, Punong Ministro Winston Churchill ng Britain, at Premier Joseph Stalin ng Soviet Union na bumuo ng isang balangkas ng saligang batas para sa nagkakaisang mga bansa. Hunyo 26, 1945, nilagdaan ang Charter para sa United Nations. Oktubre 24, 1945, isinilang ang Samahan ng mga Nagkakaisang Bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na United Nations. Binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Ang mga sangay na ito ay naitatag kasabay ng pagtatatag ng United Nations noong Oktubre 1945. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga naging sangay ng United Nations? Nariyan ang General Assembly, ang Security Council, ang Secretariat, ang Economic and Social Council, ang Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court Justice. Bago tayo matapos sa unang bahagi ng pagtatalakay ng ating paksang aralin, ay alamin natin ang naging hangarin ng samahang na itatag. Una ay upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at seguridad. Pangalawa, mapaunlad ang pagkakaibigan ng mga bansa batay sa pagkakapantay-pantay ng karapatan ng tao. Ikatlo, makamit ang pandaigdigang pagkikipagtulungan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin ng mga tao tulad ng suliraning pangkabuhayan, panlipunan at pantao. Ika-4, matulungan ang mga bansa sa mga paggawa at pagbuo ng mga kasunduang pangkapayapaan at pakikipag-isa upang matamo ang mga nabanggit na layunin. Ang mga nabanggit na hangarin ng samahan ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. At mula sa mga tekstong aking ipinaliwanag, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod na paksang aralin. Ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa, ang United Nations at layunin nito, 6 na sangay ng United Nations. Hangarin ng United Nations ayon sa Charter of the United Nations. At bago tayo dumako sa pagsasagot ng inyong gawain para sa araw na ito, isa-isahin nating muli ang lahat ng mga mahalagang impormasyon na aking tinalakay tungkol sa unang bahagi ng ating paksang aralin tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Heto na ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang tinalakay sa araw na ito. Una, isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa upang tuluyang makamit ang kapayapaan pagkatapos ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ay ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations. Pangalawa, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at Punong Ministro Winston Churchill ang bumalangkas ng deklarasyon at ito ay tinatawag na Atlantic Charter. Pangatlo, ang Atlantic Charter ang siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. Oktubre 24, 1945 ang formal na pagsilang ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na UN or United Nations. Ika-6, binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Ang 6 na pangunahing sangay ng United Nations ay ang General Assembly, Security Council, Secretariat, Economic and Social Council, Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court of Justice. Ang magagandang hangarin ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. Ayan ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang aralin sa unang bahagi ng paksang pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang kapayapaang pandinig. At ngayon ay handa ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen at ang inyong mga learning activity sheets para sa inyong gawain sa araw na ito. At para sa aking panuto, isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Kailangan lamang ninyong isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang kayo ay handang-handa na. Kung gayon, ay pakinggang mabuti ang aking mga tanong na babasahin at isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong learning activity sheets o sa gutang papel. Para sa ating gawain, basahing mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Inuulit ko, basahing mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Para sa unang bilang, ang tanong, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nakaisip na magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa liga ng mga bansa at ang mga pagpipilian ay ang mga sumusunod? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. Letter C. Trygve Lie. Letter D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At kaya bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para masagot ang katanungang ito. At ang tamang sagot ay letter A, Pangulong Roosevelt. Binabati ko nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, alin sa mga sumusunod na naging saliga ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations? A. General Assembly. B. International Court of Justice. C. Security Council. Or letter D. Atlantic Charter. At sa pagtatapos sa 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay B. Atlantic Charter. Muli binabati ko ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ilang bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga nagkakaisang bansa? A. 40. B. 50. C. 60. Letter D. 70. At ang tamang sagot ay letter B. 50. Dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang para sa unang bahagi ng inyong gawain sa araw na ito. Kailan ay tatag ang United Nations? A. Octubre 21, 1945. Letter B. Octubre 22, 1945. Letter C. Octubre 23, 1945. Or letter D. Octubre 24, 1945. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D. Octubre 24, 1945. At para sa ikalimang bilang, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General ng United Nations? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. Letter B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. C. Trygve Lie. Or D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D. Trygve Lie. At ganun nagtatapos ang unang bahagi ng inyong gawain at narito naman ay kalawang bahagi ng inyong pagsusulit sa araw na ito. Basahin ang mga sumusunod na pangungusap. Tukuyin kung ito ay tama o mali. Kung tama, isulat ang salitang tama. Kung ito naman ay mali, isulat ang salitang mali. At isulat ang salitang nagpapamali sa bawat pangungusap. Handa na ba kayo para sagutin ang ikalawang bahagi ng inyong gawain? Narito na. Una, ang United Nations ay naitatag dahil sa kagustuhan ng mga pinuno ng Allied Forces na mapanatili ang kapayapaan sa daigdig matapos ang digmaan. Muli kayo binibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang tanong na ito. At ang tamang sagot ay tama. Ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot, kayo binabati ko. Dumako tayo sa ikalawang pahayag. Sa pangunguna ni Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin at Vladimir Lenin na pirmahan ang Charter ng United Nations. At ang tamang sagot ay mali ang pangungusap. At ang nagpapamali ay ang Vladimir Lenin. Para sa ikatlong bilang, isa sa mga layunin ng United Nations ang mapaunlad ang relasyong pagkakaisa ng mga bansa sa pantay na karapatan. Ito kaya ay tama or mali at ano kaya nagpapamali sa pangungusap kung ito man ay mali? Pero ang sagot ay tama. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, ang Atlantic Charter ang naging saligan sa pagbubuo ng United Nations. At ang sagot muli ay tama. Susunod, 7 ang pangunahing sangay ng United Nations. Tignan natin kung tama ito at kung mali, ano kaya ang salitang nagpapamali. At ang sagot ay mali at ang salitang nagpapamali ay 7. At dyan nagtatapos ang inyong gawain para sa araw na ito. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score? Kung gayon, kayo ay binabati ko. At sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng mataas na score, ay okay lamang yan. Dahil meron pa tayong susunod na gawain at pwede pa kayong makabawi. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ang natalakay na naman natin. At upang magkaroon kayo ng ideya sa susunod nating talakayan, basahin ninyo ang inyong Module 3 at pag-aralan ang tungkol sa mga tungkuling ginagampanan ng bawat sangay ng United Nations. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon sa araw na ito at patuloy nyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko kayo na marami kayong natutunan sa araw na ito at muli akong inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunang Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Isang magandang araw sa inyong lahat.
Alam niyo ba, ang Balanggiga Bells ay kinuha ng mga sundalong Amerikano bilang war trophies pagkatapos ng Balanggiga Massacre noong 1901? Matapos ang 117 years, naibalik ng US noong December 11, 2018 ang iconic church bells sa Pilipinas. Ang church bells na ito ay naglalarawan ng kalayaan, katapangan at pananampalataya ng mga Pilipino. Alam niyo na! Yan ang Balanggiga Bells.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Mas Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Nina Cristel Gramonte Manicon, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care, Nail Care Grade 8, bringing you the latest lesson right at the comfort of your home. Broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. For attendance purposes, please type in your name, your section, the name of your school, as well as your answers in our evaluation through the chat box. Remember to keep your comments friendly and about the lessons only. So, how are you, my dear learners? I hope you're having a nice day with gratitude and positivity in life despite of the present pandemic. Before we start, please find a comfortable and quiet place for you to study and far from any distraction so you can hear me loud and clear. Bring out your pen, your paper, and learning activity sheets. Join me this afternoon as we explore and expand our knowledge in beauty care with the following objectives. First, define and discuss the function of the nails. Second, identify the parts of the nails and their function. Third, enumerate the different types of nail shapes. At this point, I guess you are now seated comfortably and eager to listen on our new lesson. If everything is set in front of you, that's good. Before we proceed, let's have a quick review on our last lesson. Do you still recall it? Our last lesson is all about the nail care tools, materials, and equipment. It is important to select the correct products, tools, and equipment based on client's consultation and skin analysis. Tools need to be readily available at safe distance, clean, disinfect, and prepared for client-specific needs. I think you are now ready to listen for our next lesson for this afternoon. So for today's lesson, I will be discussing the parts of the nail and their function, which are not the primary focus of wellness of many men and women, but also serve as indicator of person's health based on how fast or slow they grow, how strong or brittle they are, and how shiny or dull they look. We can gain a fair amount of insight into the inner workings of our body. Look at your nails. Can you describe them? That's great. Let's start. Onyx is a technical term for nail. Nail is a horn-like envelope covering the tips of the fingers and toes in the most primates and a few other mammals. Nails are similar to claws in other animals. Fingernails and toenails are made up of tough protective protein called alpha-keratin. This protein is also found in the hooves and horns of the different animals. What do you know about the nails? Why we have them? These are the function of the nails. First, they help humans function. Nails are basically flat versions of claws that help humans to dig, climb, scratch, grab, and more. Second, they guard against injuries. They serve as protective plates that help prevent the fingers and toes from getting cut or scraped during daily activities. The size of cut should be big enough, usually bite-sized, to be recognized. Third, they enhance the sensation. The fingers and toes contains nerve endings that allows the body to process the volume of information that receives every time something is touched. And the nail acts the counter force, providing even more sensory input after a person touched something. Nails are constantly growing, but their growth rate slows down due to poor circulation and aging. Fingernails grow faster than toenails at the rate of 3 millimeters per month. It takes 6 months for a fingernail to grow from root to the free edge. Toenails grow much more slowly at just 1 millimeter per month. It takes 12 to 18 months for a toenail to grow from root to tip. Nail grows forward over the nail bed and guided by the nail growths until it reaches the free edge. Translucent cells, as they first emerge from the matrix, are plump and soft, but keratinized become harder and flatter as they move towards the free edge. Keratinization caused the cells to die. Do you know Ariana Williams? Ariana Williams of Houston, Texas has a fingernails with a combined length of 18 feet, 10.9 inches, making her the Guinness World Record holder in that category. Williams is officially the new fingernail champ in the 2018 edition of the Guinness World Records. And now, let us discuss the different nail structure. First, we have the nail root. Nail root is a growing area of the nail and sometimes called as the matrix. The shape and the size of the matrix determines the thickness of the nail. The process of keratinization takes place in the epidermal cells of the matrix, forming the hardened tissue of the nail plate. The function of the matrix is to produce new nail cells. Next is lunula. Lunula is located at the base of the nail and the visible part of the matrix. It is white in color and known as the half moon. The nail is slightly soft in this area and can be easily damaged. The lunula can be seen in the thumb and may not be visible in the little finger. Third on the list is nail bed. Nail bed is the portion of skin upon with the nail plate rests. It has very rich supplies of blood and lymph vessels to keep the nail healthy. The function of the nail bed is to supply the nourishment and protection. When the nail grows properly, the nail bed is smooth. But if the nail doesn't grow correctly, the nail may split or develop ridges that are not cosmetically attractive. Another part of the nail plate is nail plate. Nail plate is composed of layers of keratinized skin cells. The layers are packed very closely together with fat but very little water content. No blood vessels or nerves, so like hair, they can be cut without bleeding. The pink nail plate gets its color from the vessels that pass beneath in the nail bed. Its function is to protect the living nail bed in both fingers and toes. Next on the list, we have the eponychium. Eponychium is more commonly known as the cuticle. The cuticle is situated between the skin of the finger and the nail plate. It fuses this structure together and provides a waterproof barrier. The function of the cuticle is to protect the matrix from infection by stopping dirt and bacteria getting under the nail plate by forming a waterproof barrier. Next is nail walls. Nail walls are folds of the skin overlapping the sides of the nail. The function of the nail wall is to protect the nail plate edges. Another nail structure is the free edge. This is attached to the nail bed and appears as white. The function of the free edge is to protect the fingertip and the hyponicule. Next is nail mantle. Nail mantle is the layer of epidermis at the base of the nail before the cuticle. The function of the nail mantle is to protect the matrix from the physical damage. And last on the list is the nail grooves. Nail grooves run alongside the edge of the nail plate. Its function is to guide the body of the nail as it grows forward over the nail bed to the free edge and to keep the nail growing in a straight line. So those are the parts of the nail. All has function, even the smallest parts of it. Now, let's talk about the nail shapes. Are you aware that you can shape your nails? Yes, that's true. You can try one of these shapes. First on the list is oval shape. Oval shape is common among people with long, perfect nail beds. It may style slightly rounded at the base and slightly pointed at the fingertips. Most often, this type of nail has a natural look and looks very good in a short medium length. Next is round shape. Round shape is ideal for shorter nails. The nail is allowed to grow out straight at the sides for approximately 1.5 mm, and then the tip is filed into a rounded shape. This is a strong shape which is great for those who keep their nails short. Next is pointed shape. The nails are filed away at the side to the point at the tip. This shape is very weak as the side of the nail which provide the strength are totally lost. The fourth nail shape is squoval. A squoval is followed by squaring off the tip. This gives the nail tip strength over the oval shape. Next is square shape. Square-shaped nails are the most famous nail shapes. It is created by allowing the nail to grow out straight and then filing the tip straight across at the right angles with the rest of the nail plate. And last nail shape is the ballerina shape. Ballerina shape, also known as the coffin shape, are essentially the pointed nail but with a square rather than pointy tip. They are called ballerina nails or coffin nails because the shape resembles both a coffin and a ballerina slippers. So those are the different types of nail shape. We have the oval shape, round shape, pointed shape, squoval shape, square shape, and the ballerina shape. I hope everyone a lot in today's lesson. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let's have a short quiz by identifying the nail structures and the nail shapes. Are you ready? Please listen to my instruction in taking the quiz. I will read the question twice. From the choices given, choose the letter of the correct answer. Like I said earlier, for those who are watching in our FB live stream, you can type your answer in our chat box or you can write it on a piece of paper. Are the instructions clear to you, learners? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. What part of the nail is the pearly colored and crescent shape is due to the cell being pushed closely together? The choices are A. Lunula, B. Matrix, C. Free edge, D. Nail bed. I repeat the question number 1. What part of the nail is the pearly colored and crescent shape is due to the cells being pushed closely together? A. Lunula, B. Matrix, C. Free edge, D. Nail bed. Question number 2. Which part of the nail is more commonly known as the cuticle? The choices are A. Nail bed, B. Eponicule, C. Nail walls, D. Free edge. I repeat the question number 2. Which part of the nail is the more commonly known as the cuticle? A. Nail bed, B. Eponicule, C. Nail walls, D. Free edge. Next, question number 3. What part of the nail that has very rich supplies of blood and lymph vessels to keep the nail healthy? The choices are A. Free edge, B. Nail bed, C. Matrix, D. Cuticle. Again, what part of the nail that has very rich supplies of blood and lymph vessels to keep the nail healthy? A. Free edge, B. Nail bed, C. Matrix, D. Cuticle. Next, question number 4. Which part of the nail that run alongside the edge of the nail plate? The choices are A. Nail wall, B. Nail grooves, C. Nail mantle, D. Nail bed. I repeat, which part of the nail that run alongside the edge of the nail plate? A. Nail wall, B. Nail grooves, C. Nail mantle, D. Nail bed. Next, question number 5. What part of the nail that protects the matrix from physical damage? The choices are A. Nail bed, B. Nail grooves, C. Nail walls, D. Nail mantle. Again, question number 5. What part of the nail that protects the matrix from physical damage? A. Nail bed, B. Nail grooves, C. Nail walls, D. Nail mantle. Next, question number 6. This nail plate is common among people with long, perfect nail beds. The choices are A. Square shape, B. Ballerina shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. I repeat the question number 6. This nail shape is common among people with long, perfect nail beds. A. Square shape, B. Ballerina shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. Next, question number 7. What is a strong shape that is great for those who keep their nails short? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Pointed shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. I repeat the question number 7. What is a strong nail shape that is great for those who keep their nails short? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Pointed shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. Next question, question number 8. This nail shape is also known as the coffin shape, or essentially the pointed nail, but with a square rather than pointy tip. The choices are A. Oval shape, B. Ballerina shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. I repeat the question number 8. This nail shape is also known as the coffin shape, or essentially the pointed nail, but with a square rather than the pointy tip. The choices are A. Oval shape, B. Ballerina shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. Next question number 9. What nail shape are the most famous among the nail shape? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Pointed shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. Next question, question number 9. What shape are the most famous among the nail shape? The choices are A. Square shape, B. Pointed shape, C. Round shape, D. Oval shape. Next, last number, question number 10. This nail shape is very weak as the sides of the nail, which provide the strength, are totally lost. The choices are A. Square shape, B. Oval shape, C. Round shape, D. Pointed shape. I repeat, the question number 10. This nail shape is very weak as the sides of the nail which provide the strength are totally lost. A. Square shape, B. Oval shape, C. Round shape, D. Pointed shape. Okay, let's check your answers. Be honest, class, in checking your own paper. The answer for question number 1. What part of the nail is the pearly colored and crescent shape is due to the cells being pushed closely together? The correct answer is A. Lunula. Next, the answer for question number 2. Which part of the nail is more commonly known as the cuticle? The answer is B. Eponicule. The answer for question number 3. What part of the nail that has very rich supplies of blood and lymph vessels to keep the nail healthy? The correct answer is B. Nail bed. Next, the answer for question number 4. Which part of the nail that run alongside the edge of the nail plate? The correct answer is D. Nail grooves. The answer for question number 5. What part of the nail is that protects the matrix from physical damage? The correct answer is D. Nail plate. Next, the answer for question number 6. This nail shape is common among people with long, perfect nail beds. The correct answer is D. Oval shape. Next, the answer for question number 7. What is the strong nail shape that is great for those who keep their nails short? The correct answer is C. Round shape. The answer for question number 8. This nail shape is also known as the coffin shape, or essentially the pointed nail, but with a square rather than pointy tip. The correct answer is B. Ballerina shape. Next, the answer for question number 9. What nail shape are the most famous among the nail shape? The correct answer is A. Square shape. And last number, the answer for question number 10. The nail shape is very weak as the side of the nail which provide the strength are totally lost. The correct answer is D. Pointed shape. I hope that all of you got the correct answers. If not, that's okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. Just continue to review our lesson. So, I guess we had a great time together, learning about the nail care structures and the nail shapes. That's all for today, grade 8 learners. I hope you learned something from today's lesson. Again, this is Nina Cristel Gramonte Manipon, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care, Nail Care, Grade 8. Leaving you this message. In TLE, we aim skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Alam niyo ba na ang 2014 Philippine Basketball Marathon ay ang pinakamahabang basketball match ayon sa Guinness World of Records? Ang laro ay naganap mula March 24 hanggang March 29, 2014 sa Meralco Gym sa Pasig at tumagal ng 120 hours. Ang marathon na ito ay isang fundraising event para sa mga biktima ng bagyong Yolanda. Alam nyo na, yan ang longest basketball match.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan ng mag-aaral at marami pang iba. Makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ng mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng Homeroom Guidance, kung saan nakapaloob ang Career Development Domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
And happy learning, young learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC, Radyo Filipino Tarlac. I am Maricon Garcia Francia, your teacher broadcaster for Physical Education 8. and I am here to give you this remote live broadcast all the way from the High School, Bamban West District, Province of Tarlac. Kumusta? Mayap ayaldo, naimbag nga aldaw. Hello grade 8 learners, how's your day? I hope you are as energetic and enthusiastic as ever because we will be experiencing school on the air through radio and television. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. To all my fellow educators and to our dear parents and guardians who are with us on the television and on Facebook Live, thank you for joining us. So, grade 8 learners, are you ready for another exciting lesson in physical education this afternoon? That's great! But before that, let me give you the following important reminders. First, make sure that you are in a comfortable and quiet area of your house, free from noise or any distractions. Second, you should have your learning activity sheet, your module or compendium of notes, pen and paper, or study notebook. Last, but definitely not the least, I want you to pay attention, focus, and enjoy while listening and learning to our discussion. You can participate by typing your comments on our chat box. So grade 8 learners, are you ready? I'm sure you are, so let's get started. Before we move on to our main topic for this afternoon, let us have a look back activity. Let's have a recap of our previous topic. Are you familiar with this dance, where dancers put emphasis on the use of coconut shells? What about this dance where dancers are holding glasses? What about this dance where dancers use chairs in performing their routines? Very good! These are examples of Philippine folk dances. What about the significance of Philippine folk dances? Correct! Philippine folk dances speak so much about the heartbeat of our people, for they tell about our costumes, ideas, beliefs, and superstitions of daily living in certain community. Just by looking at their costumes, props, and implements of a certain group or tribe, you can tell the origin of the dance. The kind of music being used readily also tells about the influence brought by the trade and settlement of our neighboring countries. These are the reasons why Philippine folk dances contribute to the very rich culture of our country. Good job, grade 8 learners! I'm glad that you can still remember the concept of Philippine folk dances. This is just an indication that you are ready to discover and explore new learning experience about Philippine folk dances. Let's begin! Open your competency-based learning materials in Physical Education 8. To check how ready you are in terms of familiarity in Philippine folk dances, here is an example music. Listen attentively because questions will be asked right after. Are you familiar with the music? What general concept can be derived from the given music? If you were to think of Asian countries, what would closely relate to the given music? Just by simply listening to the music, can you determine the place of origin of this dance? I know you have a lot of ideas to share. Let's start the discussion. Our topic for today is Binislakan, which is one of the Filipino folk dances with ancient influence. We will be focusing on its background, its properties, and its prominent steps. Let us start with the background and its origin. Do you recognize her? Binislakan is a dance research of Francisca Reyes Aquino. For those who don't know, she is the dancer and a researcher who was a Filipino dancer and academic noted for her research on Philippine folk dance. And because of her dedication and passion for dance, she was awarded as National Artist for Dance. What is Binislakan? Binislakan meaning the use of sticks known as bislak. Now, where did they get the idea of using the sticks? What does the stick represent in Binislakan? Are you familiar with this picture? Correct! The bislak or stick imitates the two chopsticks used by the Chinese for eating. Which means, Binislakan came to the Philippines with the Chinese immigrants, brought by the trade and settlements to us before. And why do they perform this dance? The dance is used to commemorate the Chinese pirate Li Mahong or Lin Tauken, who built his kingdom in Lingayen, Pangasinan. From then, the municipality of Lingayen, Pangasinan was derived from the Chinese word Li King Tung, meaning to look backward and forward by the Chinese settlers in the area a long time ago. This is just a manifestation that Chinese immigrants contributed a lot to enrich our dance to a large extent. Alright, I hope you understand the background of Binislakan. And to sum up, Binislakan is a dance research of Francisca Reyes Aquino. Binislakan meaning with the use of sticks. The place of origin is Lingayen, Pangasinan. The country of influence is China. Ethno-linguistic group is Pangasinense. And the classification of dance is social dance. Let us now proceed with the dance properties. One of the best way to get engaged with the dance is through its properties. Let's have an activity. Let me read the direction. Supply the missing letters of the following dance properties to form a word. You have 5 seconds to answer each item. Property number 1. It is a clothing worn by a dancer when performing before an audience. Typically, these are designed to harmonize with the dance and not hinder the movements of the dancer. The first property is the costumes. The female dancers are wearing siesgo and kimono with loose long sleeves and soft panuelo, while the male dancers are wearing camisa de chino and red pants. These costumes add color to the presentation, for they represent the culture value of the people. Let's have the second property. An art of sound in time that expresses ideas and emotions in significant forms through the elements of rhythm, melody, harmony, and color. The second property is music. It has a 2/4 time signature composed of two parts, letter A and B. The count is 1, 2, 1 and 2, and 1, 2, and the music serves as the life of the presentation. Next, last one. Any dance in which a number of couples form a certain arrangement, such as two facing lines or circle, and perform a series of figures within or based on that arrangement. The last one is formation. It is formation where partners stand 6 feet apart, and this serves as the direction and arrangement of the dance. Okay, we're done discussing the background of the dance and its properties. And you are still listening to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. And for the last discussion, which is the 5 prominent steps in Binislakan, I want you to watch this video presentation.
Let's start with the first one, which is striking of the sticks. Quick striking of sticks in Binislakan show the major joints involved are the wrist and the elbow. Using the pattern right, left, right, then left, right, left. To see this, let's watch the video. Did you get that, class? And let's proceed to the second prominent step. The second one is the change step. What is the step pattern for change step? It is step, close step. Step right foot forward, count 1. Step left close to the right foot, count N. Step right foot quickly, count 2. To see how it is being done, let's watch this. Did you follow, class? Okay, let's proceed with the third prominent step, which is mincing. With heels raised, take as many small steps as desired. The major joints involved in this step pattern are the knee and the ankle. Are you ready to do it? Let's watch this. Did you enjoy watching? And now, let's keep the ball rolling. Let's proceed to the fourth prominent step, The fourth prominent step is arms in reverse T position. From T position, reverse it, resulting to the reverse T position. Arms are horizontal, elbows bent at the right angles, forearms parallel to the head, palms inward, fist barely closed. To see how it is being done, let's watch this. Did you enjoy that? And now, we're down to the last prominent step in Binislakan, which is saludo. Partners bow with each other, opposite dancers or to the neighbor with feet together. Let's see how it is being done. Let's watch this. That concludes the 5 prominent steps in Binislakan. Once again, let's watch the audio-video presentation of these steps. There you have it, grade 8 learners. We're done discussing our topic for today, which is Binislakan. Again, what is Binislakan? Very good. It is a dance meaning with the use of sticks called as bislak. And what are the focus topics? That is right. We have dance background, the properties, and the 5 prominent steps. Why is it important to know more about Binislakan? Excellent! Aside from knowing its background and its properties, it is to understand its significant and cultural value or root, including the complexity and significance of the people living in Lingayen, Pangasinan. Hopefully, you've learned a lot something in our topic for today. At this point in time, let's see how well you understand the lesson. I had prepared a short quiz for you to answer. Write the letter of your answer on your study notebook. I will read the question twice for you to have enough time to think and answer and write it down. Learners, are you ready? Here are the questions. Number 1. Who is the dance researcher who was a Filipino folk dancer and academic noted for her research on Philippine folk dance? Again, who is the Filipino researcher and folk dancer noted for her research on Philippine folk dance? A. Francisca Reyes Aquino. B. Francis Reyes Aquino. C. Francis Aquino.
Next, we have number 2. It is a Filipino folk dance performed with the stick known as bislak. Again, it is a Filipino folk dance performed with stick known as bislak. A. Binislakan. B. Sakuting. C. Pangalay. Next, number 3. If the costume in binislakan for female is known as yesgo and kimono with loose long sleeves and soft panuelo, which of the following is the costume for male? Again, if the costume in binislakan for female is known as yesgo and kimono with loose long sleeve and soft panuelo, which of the following is the costume for male? A. Barong and red pants. B. Coat and black pants. C. Camisa de chino and red pants. Number 4. Which of the following is the step pattern for change step? Again, which of the following is the step pattern for change step? A. Step cross step. B. Step slide step. C. Step close step. Last number, we have number 5. The following are the prominent steps in binislakan except, again, the following are the prominent steps in binislakan except A. Change step. B. Slide step. C. Hop step. Okay, let's check your answers. Be honest in checking. This is one way to check if you understand the lesson well. For number 1, the right answer is A. Francisca Reyes Aquino. For number 2, the right answer is letter A. Binislakan. Number 3, the correct answer is letter C. Camisa de chino and red pants. Number 4, the right answer is letter C. Step close step. Last number 5, the correct answer is letter B. Slide step. Who got all the correct answers? Okay, count your scores. For those who got a perfect score, congratulations! Job well done! You have listened carefully. For those who got 4, very good. For those who got 3, still good. For those who got 2, fair enough. And for those who got 1, still okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. Next time, you have to listen attentively so that you can have a perfect score. For your assignment, learners, practice the prominent steps in binislakan. For your advanced assignment, read and try to interpret the figures of binislakan on pages 177 to 180 of Physical Education Learners Module. That's all for today. I hope you learned a lot. Apply this learning in your daily lives. If you have questions about our lesson today, just PM me or text me on my number 090909-64106. I would be glad to answer your questions. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DZTC 828 AM station. This has been your teacher broadcaster, Teacher Maricon G. Francia, your Physical Education 8 anchor, saying, basta't batang TarlakHenyo, may isip at pusong handang matuto. Remember, learners, that folk dance embodies fundamental values of great work and to our culture, tradition, and our nation. Our job is to preserve the joyful tunes we've inherited from our ancestors and pass them to the next generations. So keep dancing, because dance is the joy of moment and the heart of life. Dear learners, never stop learning because we will not stop teaching quality education. Keep safe and God bless. Until next time!
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Grade 9 learners of Tarlac. What an amazing day to have you with us today. Cheers to another episode of fun learning experience. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26 and via Facebook Live. Simulcast over DZTZ 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac, and in your Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. I am Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, broadcasting live from Anastasia J. Yubel High School, Concepcion, Tarlac. It is indeed a pleasure to be your teacher broadcaster for our lesson in English 9. Before we start our broadcast, dear learners, please situate yourself in a comfortable place in your home where you can focus and listen effectively to today's episode. Remember as well to prepare your pen, lecture notebook where you can jot down notes, and the learning activity sheets intended for this session. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? That's wonderful. Let us begin today's fun-filled learning session. Our discussion for today is the part 4 of MELC 2, which is to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on evaluation language. At the end of this lesson, you are expected to accomplish the following objectives. Letter A. Identify critical issues presented in the material viewed and or read. Letter B. Express agreement or disagreement on statements relating to certain critical issues. Letter C. Recognize evaluative language used in a text. Letter D. Relate text content to particular social issues, concerns, or dispositions in life. And finally, letter E. Write a reaction paper on a critical issue using evaluative language. In the last episode of English 9, you were taught about how to react to lay value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions with lesson focus on genre and register-related discourse features of a reaction paper. You also had discussions on what a reaction paper is, the process in writing an effective reaction paper, which includes the stages of pre-writing, and the writing stage. And finally, you also tackled the parts of the reaction paper. Before we proceed to our new lesson for today, let's have a review of the concepts discussed in the previous lesson through an activity entitled, Let Us Recall, Name That Part. The directions for this activity are, first, read the statements carefully. Then, identify what is being described by completing the missing letters to complete the correct word. Let's begin with number 1. It is the last part of your reaction paper where you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. What's your answer? If you answered conclusion, then you are correct. Let's proceed to number 2. It is also called a review, critique, or response paper. What's the correct answer? You are right. Reaction paper is the correct answer. Now let's have number 3. It is the part of a reaction paper where you place a summary of the work. What's your answer? If your answer is introduction, then you are correct. Now let's head on to number 4. This is the idea for which you created the article that consists of 1 to 2 sentences. What's your answer? If you answer thesis statement, then you are right. Finally, let's have the last item, number 5. This part of the reaction paper includes your reaction to the work. What's your answer? If your answer is body, then you are correct. How did you do on our review activity? Type in your score on our comment section. Great job, learners! I could see some of you got a perfect score. Well done to all of you. To those who got 4, nice work. And for those who got 3 and below, I still congratulate you for your effort and participation. You can always go back and watch the previous video lesson in your most convenient time. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. With that, let's have Activity 1, What's the Issue? The directions for this activity, using the shown picture and jumbled letter clues, identify the issue being presented. And then, write a short description of each critical issue on your notebook. Are you ready? That's wonderful. Let's begin. What issue is being presented in the picture? The correct answer is coronavirus. The coronavirus has made a huge impact in our lives. It posed as a threat to our health, thus requiring people to wear masks, do regular sanitation, observe physical distancing, and other health protocols. Let's head on to number 2. What issue is shown in the picture? If you answered online learning, then you are correct. Because of the implementation of distance education, online learning is one of the modalities used by schools to ensure continued learning among students. Let's head on to item number 3. What issue is shown in this picture? The correct answer is climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. The main cause of climate change are the human activities. Let's head on to number 4. What's the issue in this picture? If you answered war, then you are correct. War is a state of armed conflict between different nations or states, or it could be different groups within a nation or state. Recently, you might have heard or watched news on the war happening between Ukraine and Russia. Finally, let's have the last item, item number 5. What's the issue? If you answered discrimination, then you are correct. Discrimination is the unfair treatment to a person because of one's gender, physical appearance, religion, race, or others. How did you do, learners? That's wonderful. I hope that you were able to identify the critical issues presented in this activity. Now, grade 9 learners, let us accomplish activity 2, Make a Stand. The directions for this activity. Using the scale below, agree or disagree on the following statements by writing the number that corresponds to your answer. Then write a brief explanation of your answer on your notebook. The scale indicates 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 for neutral, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree. Are you ready to make a stand, dear learners? Let's begin. Here are the statements that you're going to make a stand for. Number 1. COVID-19 has rapidly affected our day-to-day life, businesses, and disrupted the world trade and movements. Number 2, online learning may be a savior, but it comes with its own problems. Number 3, it was suggested that all countries must take steps to tackle climate change as fast and as humanely as possible. Number 4, an article states that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a blatant attack on the world order. Number 5, a safe space where everyone could live harmoniously should be established for all people despite their differences. Are you done, dear learners? That's great. Let's see how you did in this activity. Let's have item number 1. For this item, you could have answered 4 or 5, which means agree or strongly agree, since it is true that COVID-19 affected all aspects of our daily lives. Let's now have item number 2. Your answers for this item could range from 3 to 5, since some of you may have or may have not experienced online learning. As it is true that online learning has a lot of advantages, it also comes with its disadvantages. Now let's have item number 3. Your answer for this item could be 4 or 5, since climate change affects us all and we must all respond to it immediately before its effects worsen. Let's proceed to item number 4. Your answer for this item could range from 3 to 5, since the Ukraine-Russia war is indeed saddening and frightening as it disrupts the world order. Finally, let's have the last item. You could have answered this item with 4 or 5, since it is indeed true that a safe space could ensure harmonious living among all people despite each individual differences we have. How did you find this activity? Did you enjoy making a stand on each critical issue? That's wonderful to hear. As a member of the society, it is important that we are aware of the critical issues happening around us, since in one way or another, these issues have an effect on us and our society. As a grade 9 learner, it is important that you possess the knowledge and skill of giving value judgment to critical issues. We have to make better judgments and filter them using our knowledge, experiences, and wisdom. Then use that to make smarter and thoughtful decisions. So what is a value judgment? Value judgment is a judgment of the rightness or wrongness of something or someone, or of the usefulness of something or someone based on a comparison or other relativity. Roughly speaking, value judgment is a claim about something's moral, practical, or aesthetic worth. Value judgments do not simply describe the world. They prescribe certain attitudes or behaviors toward the world. Now let's have some examples of descriptive and prescriptive claims. As you can see in the table presented, the sentence, "The school enforces protocols to be followed inside the school," is a descriptive claim, since it merely describes the current situation. On the other side of the table, "The school should strictly enforce protocols to be followed inside the school," is a prescriptive claim, since it recommends the action that is ought to be done. The second example of a descriptive claim is, "Mario is a student in grade 9, since it clearly describes the current situation or state of Mario. On the other hand, Mario ought to remain an excellent student in grade 9 in order to keep his scholarship is an example of a prescriptive claim, since it dictates what Mario ought to do. Grade 9 learners, take note that a descriptive claim is when the statement is clear and to the point. It is saying exactly how things are with no way of getting around it. Prescriptive claim, on the other hand, recommends how something ought to be. Let us now put your knowledge to the test by doing Activity 3, Sort It Out. I will be presenting you 6 statements. Your job is to sort these statements if whether they are descriptive or prescriptive by writing the letter on the correct column. Here are the 6 statements that you will sort out. Letter A. Russia shouldn't have bombed parts of Ukraine. Letter B. Some students experience difficulties in joining online classes. Letter C. Discrimination remains to exist among LGBT members. Letter D. School administrators should devise ways to reach out to learners lagging behind in distance education. Letter E. Humans ought to be ashamed of the damage they have done to the environment. Letter F. Advocacies along preservation of the nature must be implemented. Are you through with your activity? Let's check your work. Let us begin with the descriptive claims. Which statements belong in this category? You're right. The answers are statements B and statements C. How about those statements that belong to prescriptive claims? Which are those statements? You are correct. Statements A, D, E, and F are all considered prescriptive claims. How did you perform in our last activity? Well done! Grade 9 learners, you can now sort out descriptive and prescriptive claims. Remember, a descriptive claim merely describes the current situation or state of something, while a prescriptive claim dictates what something ought to do or ought to be. Words are powerful tools we use to express our thoughts, feelings, opinions, and judgments. Today, we shall strengthen your skills in the utilization of these words by dealing with evaluative language. Evaluative language is positive or negative language that judges the worth of something. It includes language to express feelings and opinions, to make judgments about aspects of people such as their behavior, and to assess quality of objects such as literary work. Evaluative language could be expressed through sentence stems flashed on your screens, such as the sentence stem the article suggests, the author claims that, the author argues that, and others. Evaluative language could also be used to express attitudes via the use of adjectives. It could be used to describe emotions or how people feel, evaluate the worth and quality of things and process, and make judgment about people's behavior. Let us apply what you have just learned by accomplishing Activity 4, Zero in on the EL. The directions for this activity are: zero in on the evaluative language used in each statement by simply underlining it. Are you ready, grade 9 learners? Let's begin. Here are the sentences. Number 1. The author suggests that the character could have developed more through the course of the events. Number 2. The poem is criticized for its poor choice of figurative language. Number 3. He exemplifies her claim by providing context to the theme of the poem. Number 4. She argued that the story's plot could have evolved differently. And number 5. The author compared his style with that of other writers. Are you done answering? Let's see how you did. Let's start with item number 1. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? If your answer is suggests, then you are correct. Let's have number 2. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? The correct answer is criticized. Let's proceed to item number 3. What is the evaluative language used in this item? You are right. It is indeed exemplifies her claim. Let's head on to item number 4. What is the evaluative language used in this sentence? Great job! It is indeed argued. Finally, let's have the last item. What evaluative language is used in this item? If your answer is compared with, then you are right. How many items did you get right, dear learners? Well done, grade 9 learners. It seems like you well understood our lesson today. You are now ready to write a reaction paper. For your post-listening or viewing activity, you will read the given text on your learning activity sheet. Your task is to identify the general and specific ideas conveyed in the text. Then, write your reaction on the arguments discussed using evaluative words or phrases. Your reaction paper will be graded based on the given rubric. The text that you will read is entitled #Majoha Puts Spotlight on Philippine Education, which was published on April 17, 2022 by Kathleen A. Limit. Your performance in this task will be graded using the rubric flashed on your screens. The criteria or traits included in this rubric are introduction, information summary, critique, conclusion, organization, sentence structure, evaluative language, and mechanics. Keep in mind these criteria so that you could obtain a high score in this activity. Grade 9 learners, feel free to watch the video lesson again in case there are parts of the lesson you missed or need clarification. If you have queries regarding today's lesson, you may contact me or your English teachers who are more than willing to be of assistance to you. Before we wrap up today's session, let me share this quotation to you. Let it be your goal every day to be ahead of your former self, not ahead of others. Today has been a fruitful learning experience with all of you. I am beyond blessed to share this moment with you. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Maria Karen Athena F. Galang, your English 9 teacher broadcaster, wishing you to have a wonderful day. God bless everyone and happy learning!
upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today. Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac. Pati na rin sa Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilaw kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginang Cecil Barrett Blanco, broadcasting live mula dito sa Anastasio GMO High School, Baltu, Concepcion, Tarlac, upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na may kinalaman sa mga suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, narito ang ilan sa ating mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmeryenda na ba kayo? Kung oo, mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang inyong tiyan upang maging mas alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na ito. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong mga module sa Araling Panlipunan 9 para sa ika-4 na linggo ng ika-4 na markahan, ang Module 4 na may pamagat na mga dahilan at epekto ng suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking mababanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay pagpapatuloy sa nakaraang aralin tungkol sa mga suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Ito ay ang mga suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura, partikular sa pagsasaka. At ang unang suliranin ay ang pagliit ng lupang pansakahan, ang patuloy na paglaki ng populasyon, paglawak ng panirahan, komersyo at industriya ay nagdudulot ng pagliit ng mga takdang lupain para sa pagsasaka. Ang ikalawa ay ang paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang kakayahang mapataas ang produksyon ng lupa ay higit na makakamit sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang makabagong kaalaman sa paggamit ng mga pataba, pamuksa ng peste, at makabagong teknolohiya sa pagtatanim ay magiging kapaki-pakinabang lalo na sa hamon ng lumalaking populasyon. Ang ikatlo, ang kakulangan sa mga pasilidad at infrastruktura sa kabukiran. Isa rin sa mga dapat na mabigyan ng atensyon ay ang kakulangan sa mga infrastrukturang magagamit ng ating mga magsasaka. Ika-4, kakulangan ng suporta mula sa iba pang sektor. Ang pagtutulungan sa loob at labas ng sektor ay magtutulak upang higit na maging matatag ang agrikultura. Ang ikalama, ang pagbibigay prioridad sa sektor ng industriya. Isa sa nagpapahina sa kalagayan ng agrikultura ay naging prioridad ng pamahalaan ang pagbibigay ng proteksyon sa mga favored imports sa pandaigdigang pamilihan. Ang ika-6 naman ay ang pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Isang malaking kompetisyon ang kasalukuyang hinaharap ng mga bansa dulot ng pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Nakikipagkompetensya pa ang mga lokal na magsasaka sa mga produkto na galing sa ibang bansa. At ang huli ay ang climate change. Ang patuloy na epekto ng climate change ay lubhang nakakaapekto sa bansa tulad ng pagdating ng bagyong Yolanda na may pambihirang lakas noong 2013 na naging sanhi ng pagkasira ng mga sakahan. At ngayon, sa aking palagay ay handa ka na sa ating bagong paksa ngayong araw na ito. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng talakayan ay inyong masusuri ang mga dahilan at epekto ng suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral na nasa ikasyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may mga katanungan o nais linawin tungkol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayong magbigay ng mensahe sa aking messenger. I-type lamang po ang Cecil Barrett Blanco o tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0930-233-3123. Uulitin ko ang numerong maaari ninyong tawagan, 0930-233-3123. Maaari nyo rin po akong i-email sa cecil.blanco001@deped.gov.ph. Sa puntong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Bukod sa pagsasaka, mayroon ding kinakaharap na suliranin ang pangisdaan at paggugubat na sa kabilang din sa sektor ng agrikultura ng ating bansa. Hindi man natin ito ramdam sa kasalukuyan, ngunit malaki ang mawawala sa ating ekonomiya kung magpapatuloy ang ganitong mga suliranin. Narito ang ilan sa mga halimbawa. Mga suliranin sa pangisdaan. Ang unang suliranin ay ang mapanirang operasyon ng malalaking komersyal na mangingisda. Mula sa aklat ni Nabalitaw, ang malalaki at komersyal na barko na ginagamit sa paghuli ng mga isda ay nakaapekto at nakasisira sa mga korales. Bunga ito ng pamamaraang troll fishing, na kung saan ang mga mangingisda ay gumagamit ng malalaking lambat na may pabigat. Ito ay hinihila upang mahuli ang lahat ng isdang madadaanan, maliit man o malaki. Dahil dito, pati ang mga korales na nagsisilbing itlugan at bahay ng mga isda ay nasisira. Sinusugan ito ni Michael Alesi na nagsabi na sa kabila ng mga polisiya sa Pilipinas, bukas sa lahat at halos hindi nababantayan ng mga namamahala ang mga mangingisda. Kaya marami ng reefs ang namatay o nasira. Kung hindi magbabago at mapipigilan ang mga mangingisdang ito, darating ang panahong mauubos ang mga isda na isa sa mga pangunahing pagkain ng mga mamamayan dito sa ating bansa. Ang ikalawa ay ang epekto ng polusyon sa pangisdaan. Binanggit rin sa aklat ni Nabalitaw ang patuloy na pagkasira ng Laguna Lake at Manila Bay dahil sa mga polusyon na nagmumula sa mga tahanan, agrikultura at industriya. Ang mga dumi ng tao, mga kemikal na sangkap sa mga bono o pataba na gamit sa pagtatanim, at mga kemikal na mula sa mga pabrika ay pumapatay sa mga anyong tubig sa bansa. Dahil sa polusyon, ang mga yamang tubig ay naaapektuhan at maaaring makaapekto rin sa mga mamamayan pagdating ng panahon. Ang ikatlo ay ang lumalaking populasyon ng bansa. Ang patuloy na pagtaas sa bilang ng mga mamamayang Pilipino ay nagdudulot ng mataas na pressure sa mga yamang tubig ng bansa at sa lahat ng yamang likas sa kabuuan. Halimbawa, sa teknolohiya, mahihirapang makaagapay ang bansa sa lumalaking pangangailangan ng mamamayan dulot ng pagdami ng tao. Kung magkagayon, maaaring maganap ang sapantahan ni Thomas Malthus na ang patuloy na paglaki ng populasyon ay maaaring magdulot ng kahirapan na sa kalaunan ay kakulangan ng pagkain. Dahil habang lumalaki ang bilang ng populasyon, ay unti-unti rin ang pagbaba sa bilang ng mga yamang dagat at lahat ng yaman dahil sa dami ng kumukonsumo nito. Ang ika-4 na suliranin ay ang kahirapan sa hanay ng mga mangingisda at magsasaka. Ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda ay isa sa mga pinakamababang sahod na natatanggap. Dahil dito, sila ay nabibilang sa mga pangkat na hikahos sa buhay. Ayon kay Jose Ramon Albert noong 2013, ang mga mangingisda o 41.4% at magsasaka na 36.7% ay may pinakamataas na poverty incidence noong 2009. Ito ay kapansin-pansin na mas mataas ng bahagya sa kabuuang populasyon ng mahihirap sa ating bansa na 26.5%. At sa inilabas na datos ng Philippine Statistics Authority o PSA noong 2019, nangunguna ang mga magsasaka o 31.6% at ang mga mangingisda na may 25.2% na may mataas na poverty incidence noong 2018. At ito ay may katumbas na kabuuang populasyon ng mahihirap sa bansa na may 16.6%. Ang mababang kita sa uri na ito ng hanap buhay ay hindi naghihikayat sa mga batang miyembro ng kanilang pamilya na manatili sa sektor. At dahil dito, karaniwan nang makikita ang kanilang pagpunta sa mga kalunsuran upang makipagsapalaran at humanap ng ibang mapapasukang hanap buhay. Bukod sa pangingisda, mayroon ding mga suliraning kinakaharap ang paggugubat. Ang una, ito ay ang mabilis na pagkaubos ng mga likas na yaman, lalo na ng kagubatan. Malawakan ang paggamit sa ating likas na yaman. Mabilis na nauubos ito dahil sa mga pangangailangan ng mga hilaw na material o hilaw na sangkap sa produksyon tulad ng mga troso at mineral. Isa sa mga dahilan, dahil sa pangangailangan ng mga hilaw na sangkap ng produksyon, mabilis na nauubos ang mga likas na yaman sa kabundukan. Ikalawa, dahil dito, nababawasan ang supply ng mga hilaw na sangkap na ginagamit ng mga industriya dahil hindi naman napapalitan ng mga ito. Ang ikatlo, sa pagkawala ng mga kagubatan, nawawalan ng tirahan ang mga hayop kaya hindi sila makapagparami. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mga endangered at worst ay extinct species. Ang letter D, nagiging sanhi ito ng pagbaha na sumisira sa libo-libo o ekta-ektaryang pananim taon-taon. Letter E, naaapektuhan din ng pagkaubos ng watershed ang supply ng tubig na ginagamit sa irigasyon ng mga sakahan. Bumababa ang level ng tubig. Ang pagkaubos ng kagubatan ay nagdudulot din ng pagguho ng lupa dahil sa kawalan ng mga puno, natatangay ng agos ng tubig ang lupa sa ibabaw, kasama ang sustansya nito, at hindi nagiging produktibo ang mga pananim dahil naagos na ng tubig ang sustansya ng lupa. Yun ang mga suliranin na kinakaharap ng sektor ng pangisdaan at ng paggugubat. Ngayon, ay dumako naman tayo sa mga kahalagahan ng likas kayang paggamit sa pangingisda at pagtutroso. Mula kinabalitaw, Kabilang sa kanilang iminumungkahi upang matiyak ang likaskayang paggamit sa pangisdaan ay ang tuwirang ugnayan sa pagitan ng lokal na pamahalaan, samahang mangingisda at mga miyembro ng kapulisan upang matiyak ang tamang paraan ng pangingisda. Ang samahang ito ay maaaring bumuo ng mga pangkat o ng isang pangkat na ang pangunahing advokasya ay pangalagaan ang karagatan at iba pang anyong tubig na pangunahing pinagmumulan ng yamang tubig. Kasama na ang mga bakawan kung saan madalas na nangingitlog ang mga isda. Kabilang sa mga dapat mabantayan ang paggamit ng mga lambat na masyadong pino. Ipagbabawal din ang pamamaraang troll fishing at paggamit ng mga pampasabog na nagdudulot ng mga malalaking pinsala sa karagatan, pumapatay ng mga korales at maliliit na isda. Dapat ding maging mahigpit ang pamahalaan sa pagbibigay ng mga lisensya at pagkilala sa malaking kumpanya ng pangingisda na pangingisda ang negosyo. Siguraduhin na sila ay susunod sa itinakdang pamamaraan ng pangingisdaan at hindi manghuhuli ng mga isda or isdang nanganganib ng maubos. Ito ay nangangahulugan ng tunay at tapat na implementasyon ng mga panuntunan upang masiguro ang kaligtasan ng ating katubigan. Sa isyu naman ng pagtutroso, mahalagang ipaalam sa bawat Pilipino ang kahalagahan sa pag-iingat ng ating kagubatan. Ilan sa mga inisyatibong maaaring gawin ay sa pamamagitan ng pagpapasok sa kurikulum tungkol sa pag-iingat at likaskayang paggamit sa mga produktong mula sa kagubatan. Maaari ding gamitin ang mga social networking sites at media upang maipabatid ang papel ng bawat isa upang mapangalagaan ang mga likas na yaman. Maaari ding mag-initiate ng tree planting activities. Muling binigyan diin ni Balitaw na ang pagkakaisa ng mga mamamayan ay isang mahalagang hakbang upang masiguro ang kaligtasan ng ating mga yaman mula sa kabundukan. Kanila ring kinikilala ang kakayahan ng mga katutubo sa pag-aalaga sa kalikasan na nagpasalin-salin na sa maraming henerasyon. Isa sa mga rekomendasyon na kanilang iminungkahi ay ang gampanin ng pamahalaan na makabuo at tunay na maipatupad ang isang polisiya na magpoprotekta sa ating mga kagubatan. Sa lahat ng ito, inaasahan din na ang mga mamamayan ay maging bahagi or kabahagi sa paggamit ng tama at matalino para sa mga susunod pang sanlahi ng mga Pilipino. Ayon kay Michael Alesi, ang pagbibigay karapatan sa mga mamamayan na pangalagaan ang mga natatanging yaman bilang pangunahing pinagmumulan ng kanilang ikinabubuhay ay makakapagtulak sa kanila na ingatan ang mga ito. Dahil nga dito sila kumukuha ng kanilang ikinabubuhay. At malaki ang kanilang interes na mapangalagaan ang mga ito dahil ayaw nilang magutom. Okay. At dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda ninyo ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Para sa ating pagtataya, punan ang cluster map ng hinihinging impormasyon. Iguhit at isulat ito sa inyong kwaderno o sa kahit anong malinis na papel. Ang hinihingi sa cluster map ay magbigay ng sarili mong solusyon tungkol sa mga suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Maaaring ito ay sa subsektor ng pangingisda o sa paggugubat. Bibigyan ko kayo ng ilang minuto upang ito ay mas maisagawa. Magaling mga mag-aaral, lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil confident ako na nasagutan na ninyo ng tama ang ating gawain sa araw na ito. Sa ating susunod na talakayan ay ating pag-aaralan ang mga patakaran at programa ng sektor ng agrikultura. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang mga nasagutang module sa inyong barangay hall o sa paaralan sa itetakdang pagsasauli at pagkuha ng module. Paalala rin na ang inyong mga magulang lamang o guardian ang maaaring magtungo sa barangay hall o paaralan sa pagpasa ng inyong mga sinagutang gawain. At sila din ay inaasahang sumunod sa ating health protocols gaya ng pagsusuot ng face mask at paghuhugas ng kamay at physical distancing. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan ngayong araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginang Cecil Barrett Blanco, broadcasting live mula dito sa Anastasio G. Yumul High School, Balutu, Concepcion, Tarlac, na nagsasabing, ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan tungo sa pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa. At bago tayo magtapos, ibabahagi ko sa inyo ang isang quote ayon kay Dole Zantamata. To most people, it's dirt. To the farmer, it's potential. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Have a great day ahead. Paalam po.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito ay isang pahirap.
Di COVID-19 para kanya kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kaya makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito ng virus nga nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kung daga dapat ito nga distruso habang ko sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para mabuo natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guidelines siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo naman itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, nagtong kami mga barrier para ng motor. para proteksyon gihapon, birila para kung pati nga tatakong pamilya.
Makatulong nga kami iwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hanak arumwa DJ balay mi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Alam niyo ba na ang Great Barrier Reef ay ang pinakamalaking living structure on Earth? Matatagpuan ito sa baybayin ng Queensland sa Australia. Ito ay pinamamahayan ng 3,000 coral reefs at 900 coral islands na matatagpuan sa ilalim ng Coral Sea. May haba itong higit sa 2,000 kilometers at makikita lamang sa outer space. Ngunit, dahil sa fragile coral colony nito, unti-unti na itong nasisira sa paglipas ng panahon at dulot na rin ng climate change, polusyon at man-made disasters. Alam nyo na, yan ang Great Barrier Reef.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Learners, welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Bernabe Bagalay Baldivino, your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 9, who will be with you in your exciting moment of today's latest and hottest lesson in electrical installation and maintenance. Broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. For your questions and suggestions, you can reach me on my mobile phone number 0968-464-4197. Again, the number is 0968-464-4197. Or chat me in my messenger account, Bernabe Baldivino. For attendance purposes, for those who are watching in our Facebook live stream, please type in your name, your section, and the name of your school, as well as your answers in our evaluation through the chat box. So, how are you, grade 9 learners? I hope you're having a nice day with gratitude and positivity in life despite of the present pandemic. Before we start, be sure that you are in a comfortable and quiet place, far from any distractions, so you can hear me loud and clear as we go along in our discussion. Please don't forget to bring with you your pen, your paper, and learning activity sheet. Join me this afternoon as we explore and expand our knowledge in electrical installation and maintenance with the following objectives. First, identify the parts of a circuit breaker and its function. Second, determine the parts of a circuit breaker. And third, label the parts of a circuit breaker. At this point, I guess you are now seated comfortably and eager to listen in our new lesson. If everything is set in front of you, that's good. Before we proceed, let's have a quick review on our last lesson. Do you still recall it? Very good! Our last lesson is all about the circuit breaker and its type. Let's have a recap about the circuit breaker and its type. Let us begin with this question. Can you define what is a circuit breaker? That is correct. A circuit breaker is an automatically operated electrical switch. What about its function? What is the function of a circuit breaker? Very good. Its basic function is to interrupt current flow. It is designed to protect an electrical circuit from damage caused by an overload or short circuit. How about the types of circuit breaker? What are the two types of circuit breaker? You are correct. The two types of circuit breaker are the plug-in and the bolt-on type. Plug-in type circuit breaker is typically used in residential application. It is a specific type of miniature circuit breaker which is installed in an electrical panel box, while the bolt-on circuit breaker is preferred in commercial or industrial applications where vibration is an issue. Good job, my dear learners! I'm glad to know that you still remember our last lesson. I think and I believe you are now ready to listen for our next lesson for this afternoon. Our lesson for today is all about the parts of a circuit breaker. We have 8 different parts of a circuit breaker. And these are: number 1, actuator lever. Number 2, actuator mechanism. Number 3, contacts. Number 4, terminal connection. Number 5, bimetallic strip. Number 6, calibration screw. Number 7 is solenoid. And last but not the least, number 8 is arc or divider extinguisher. Let's start with the first part, which is the actuator lever. The actuator lever is used to manually switch a circuit breaker on and off. It is also used to reset a circuit breaker when it's tripped because of electrical fault, and through the position of the actuator lever. It indicates the status of the circuit breaker, whether it is on, off, or tripped. If the circuit breaker is on, the actuator lever is in upward position. When the circuit breaker is off, the actuator lever is in lowered position. But if the circuit breaker is tripped, the position of the actuator lever is at the center between the on and the off position. The second part is the actuator mechanism. The actuator mechanism forces the contacts together or apart. This mechanism is a metal arm inside the circuit breaker. One end is attached to the actuator lever, and the other end is attached to a contact. And the essential function of the actuator mechanism is to force the contacts together or separate the contacts when the breaker is off or tripped. The actuator mechanism forces the contacts to connect with each other when the circuit breaker is on. On the other hand, the actuator mechanism will force the contact to separate with each other when the circuit breaker is off or tripped. The third part is the contacts. The contacts allows current to flow when they are connected and break the flow of current when they are moved apart. The contacts are two pieces of metals that moves to close or open the circuit, and these are the movable and the fixed contact. The fixed contact is attached to the main panel of the circuit breaker, and the other contact, which is the movable contact, is attached to the one end of the actuator mechanism. These contacts allows the current to flow when they are in contact with each other and break the current flow when they are moved apart. Next part is the terminal connection. The terminal connection are used to connect the current from the source to the circuit. The terminal connection is a metal block that extends out as a bolt. There are two terminals in a circuit breaker, and these are the upper and the lower terminals. The upper terminal is a slot for the connection of wires from the source, while the lower terminal is a slot for the connection of wires to the circuit. These terminals are normally called as side terminal or load side lug terminals. Next part is the bimetallic strip. The bimetallic strip separates the contacts in response to smaller, longer-term overcurrent. It is a thin flat piece of sheet metal used in overcurrent protection in a circuit breaker. Its primary function is to force the contact to separate and break the flow of electric current in response to overcurrent like overload that makes the circuit breaker to trip. The next part is the calibration screw. The calibration screw allows the manufacturer to precisely adjust the trip current of the device after assembly. The calibration of circuit breaker is carried out when the assembly of the circuit breaker is done. This screw is used to calibrate and adjust the timing, current, and contact resistance of a circuit breaker, depend on its rating. Next part is the solenoid. solenoid separates the contact rapidly in response to overcurrent. The solenoid is a device comprised of a coil of wire used as an electromagnet. And the primary function of the solenoid is to force the contacts to separate and break the flow of electric current in response to overcurrent, like short circuit that makes the circuit breaker to trip. And last but not the least is the arc or divider extinguisher. The arc or divider extinguisher is the component of the circuit breaker that extinguishes the arc while in fault condition. And the primary function of arc or divider extinguisher is to help stop burning inside the circuit breaker caused by an arc or spark because of electrical fault. It will keep the arc from recreating itself and prevent damage to the circuit breaker. Okay, so those are the different parts of a circuit breaker and their functions. Before we end class, let's label the parts of a circuit breaker by identifying them again one by one with their functions. Number 1 is the actuator lever. This part is used to manually switch a circuit breaker on and off. Number 2, actuator mechanism. It forces the contacts together or apart. Number 3, contacts. They allow current to flow when they are connected and break the flow of current when they are moved apart. Number 4 is terminal connections. They are used to connect the current from the source to the circuit. Number 5, bimetallic strip. It separates the contacts in response to smaller, longer-term overcurrent. Number 6 is the calibration screw. It allows the manufacturer to precisely adjust the trip current of the device after assembly. Number 7 is solenoid. This part separates the contacts rapidly in response to overcurrent. And last but not the least, number 8 is the arc or divider extinguisher. It is the component of circuit breaker that extinguishes the arc while in fault condition. Okay, to end our discussion, always remember this class, that knowing the parts of a circuit breaker and understanding the functions of each part is necessary to be able to see the value and importance of a circuit breaker. I hope that you understand our lesson for today. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let's have a short quiz. So please prepare your pen and a piece of paper for your answers. All you have to do is to identify the parts of a circuit breaker through their functions. Are you ready? Okay, listen to my instruction in taking the quiz. I will read each question twice. From the choices given, choose the letter of the correct answer. Like I said earlier, for those who are watching in our Facebook live stream, you can type your answers in our chat box, or you can write it in your activity sheet or in a piece of paper. Are the instructions clear to you? And are you ready? Okay, so let's begin the quiz. For question number 1, which of the following part of circuit breaker is used to manually switch the circuit breaker on and off? The choices are A. Contacts, letter B. Actuator lever, letter C. Actuator mechanism, or letter D. terminal connection. Again, question number 1. Which of the following part of circuit breaker is used to manually switch the breaker on and off? The choices are A. Contacts, letter B. Actuator lever, letter C. Actuator mechanism, or letter D. Terminal connection. Question number 2. Which of the following part of circuit breaker forces the contacts together or apart? The choices are A. Actuator mechanism, letter B. Contacts, letter C. Solenoid, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. Again, question number 2. Which of the following part of circuit breaker forces the contacts together or apart? And the choices are A. Actuator mechanism, letter B. Contacts, letter C. Solenoid, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. Question number 3. What part of circuit breaker is used to connect the current from the source to the circuit? And the choices are letter A. Solenoid, letter B. Bimetallic strip, letter C. Terminal connection, or letter D. Contacts. Again, question number 3. What part of circuit breaker is used to connect the current from the source to the circuit? The choices are A. Solenoid, B. Bimetallic strip, letter C. Terminal connection, or letter D. Contacts. Question number 4. What part of circuit breaker allows the electric current to flow when they are together and break the flow of current when they are moved apart? And the choices are letter A. Calibration screw, letter B. Bimetallic strip, letter C. Arc or divider extinguisher, or letter D. Contacts. I repeat, question number 4. What part of circuit breaker allows the electric current to flow when they are together and break the flow of current when they are moved apart? Choices are letter A. Calibration screw, letter B. Bimetallic strip, letter C. Arc or divider extinguisher, or letter D. Contacts. Question number 5. Which part of circuit breaker allows the manufacturer to precisely adjust the trip current of the device after assembly? The choices are letter A. Solenoid, letter B. Calibration screw, letter C. Arc or divider extinguisher, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. Again, question number 5. Which part of a circuit breaker allows the manufacturer to precisely adjust the trip current of the device after assembly? Choices are letter A. Solenoid, letter B. Calibration screw, letter C. Arc or divider extinguisher, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. For question number 6, what component of circuit breaker extinguishes arc in a fault condition? And the choices are letter A. Arc or divider extinguisher, letter B. Solenoid, letter C. Calibration screw, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. Again, what component of circuit breaker extinguishes arc in fault condition? Letter A. Arc or divider extinguisher, letter B. Solenoid, letter C. Calibration screw, or letter D. Bimetallic strip. Question number 7. Which part of the circuit breaker forces the contacts to separate rapidly in response to overcurrent like short circuit? And the choices are letter A. Contacts, Letter B, bimetallic strip. Letter C, solenoid. Or letter D, arc or divider extinguisher. Again, number 7. Which part of a circuit breaker forces the contact to separate rapidly in response to overcurrent like short circuit? Letter A, contacts. Letter B, bimetallic strip. Letter C, solenoid. Or letter D, arc or divider extinguisher. And for our last question, question number 8. What part of a circuit breaker forces the contacts to separate in response to smaller, longer-term overcurrent caused by an overload? And the choices are letter A, bimetallic strip. Letter B, arc or divider extinguisher. Letter C, solenoid. Or letter D, terminal connection. Again, for our last question, what part of the circuit breaker forces the contacts to separate in response to smaller, longer-term overcurrent caused by an overload? And the choices are letter A, bimetallic strip. Letter B, arc or divider extinguisher. Letter C, solenoid. Or letter D, terminal connection. Okay, so I hope you've done answering. Let's check your paper. Be honest, class, in checking your own paper. Okay, so the correct answer for number 1 is letter B, actuator lever. Again, question number 1, the correct answer is letter B, actuator lever. Number 2 is letter A, actuator mechanism. Number 2 is letter A, actuator mechanism. Number 3 is letter C, terminal connection. Number 3 is letter C, terminal connection. Number 4 is letter D, contacts. Number 4 is letter D, contacts. Number 5, letter B, calibration screw. Number 5 is letter B, calibration screw. Number 6 is letter A, arc or divider extinguisher. Number 6 is letter A, arc or divider extinguisher. Number 7 is letter C, solenoid. Number 7 is letter C, solenoid. And last, number 8, letter A, bimetallic strip. Number 8 is letter A, bimetallic strip. I hope that all of you got the correct answers. If not, still okay. Don't lose hope and keep on trying. Just continue to study your lesson. So I guess we had a great time together, learning about the parts of a circuit breaker. If you have questions regarding our lesson, just send me a message in my phone number or chat me in my messenger account. That's all for today, grade 9 learners. I hope you learned something from today's lesson. Again, this is teacher Bernabe Bagalay Baldivino, your teacher broadcaster in electrical installation and maintenance grade 9, leaving you this message. In TLE, we aim skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon, na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Ang senior high school sports track. Para naman sa mga may hilig o talento sa sports at nais maghanap buhay sa larangan ng sports, ang senior high school sports track. Ang mga nakatapos nito ay maaaring maging amateur o profesional na atleta, coach, sports official o kahit magnenegosyo. Maaari rin silang kumuha ng mas mataas na kasanayan o middle-level skills o kaya'y magpatuloy sa kolehiyo. Walang mga strand sa ilalim ng sports track. Nakatuon ang track sa kasanayang pang-sports at sa pangangasiwa nito. Narito ang mga specialized subjects sa sports track. Safety and First Aid. Nilalayon nito na malinang sa mga mag-aaral ang kasanayan sa buhay at kakayahang pangkaligtasan, pag-iwas sa pinsala at pamamahala sa iba't ibang laro at exercise settings. Saklaw rin nito ang wastong kalusugan at ligtas na pagtugon sa oras ng biglaang pangangailangan. Ang pagtatapos o pagkumpleto sa kurso ay maaaring maging daan sa ikapagtatamo ng sertipikasyon o pagkilala mula sa Philippine Red Cross. Human Movement. Pinag-aaralan dito ang pinagmumulan, control at pagsasanay ng mga motor skills o paggalaw ng mga bahagi ng katawan ayon sa iba't ibang antas. Fundamentals of Coaching. Nakasentro ito sa mga pangunahing kaalaman tungkol sa pagiging coach sa sports. Sports Officiating and Activity Management. Tinatalakay rito ang mga konsepto at alituntunin ng mga sports o palaro, pati na rin ang pamamahala ng iba't ibang aktibidad na kaugnay ng sports at fitness. Ang mga kasanayang ito ay maaaring magawaran ng katibayan mula sa National Sports Associations at iba pang organisasyon. Fitness, Sports and Recreation Leadership. Dito ay binibigyan ang mga mag-aaral ng kasanayan sa pamamahala ng ligtas at epektibong programa sa sports, ehersisyo at libangan. Sa psychosocial aspects of sports and exercise ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa individual at panlipunang mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pakikilahok, pagganap, pagsunod at kagalingang psikolohikal sa laro at ehersisyo. Fitness Testing and Basic Exercise Program. Itinuturo naman dito ang mga paraan ng pagsukat at pagsusuri para makabuo ng programang angkop sa pisikal na kahandaan ng isang individual. Ang practicum sa paaralan at work immersion sa labas ng paaralan ay magbibigay ng mga karanasang hahasa sa mga natutunan sa track na ito. Ang mga pagsusulit o assessment sa sports track ay karaniwang performance-based o batay sa aktwal na pagpapakita ng kayang gawin na mag-aaral. Narito ang ilang mga trabahong nakalinya sa sports track. 1. Referee, umpire o judge. 2. Table officials, tulad ng scorer o timer. 3. Trainer. 4. Coach. 5. Team manager. 6. Athletic scout. 7. Sports broadcaster or writer. 8. Sports analyst. 9. Fitness instructor. 10. Recreational leader. 11. Sports organizer o manager. Bilang requirement sa senior high school, kailangang dumaan ng mga mag-aaral anuman ang kanilang track sa isa sa mga sumusunod: work immersion, apprenticeship, culminating activity, o capstone project. Nakasaad sa DEPED Order No. 39 Series of 2018, clarification and additional information to DEPED Order No. 30 Series of 2017 na ang work immersion ay isang required subject sa TVL track, habang optional naman ito sa academic, arts and design at sports tracks.
Broadcasting live here at the Municipality of Victoria. A blessed and good afternoon, Tarlac Province and grade 9 learners. This is Aral TarlakHenyo, a school on the air program here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC Radio Pilipino 828. You can also watch us live via our Facebook page at RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Hello everyone, I'm your teacher broadcaster, Sir Ram Gawat, and I will be giving you another exciting and fun-filled learning experience in T9. Before we begin our session today, may I just give you some reminders and study tips for a wonderful and meaningful learning experience. Find and be in a place that you feel comfortable, far from noise and distraction. Bring with you your pen, a clean sheet of paper, and your activity sheet. And please pay your full attention during our discussion. And if you have clarifications, feel free to send us your message to the comment section in our Facebook Live, or you may ask your MAPE teacher. To begin with our session today, let's take a look back with our previous lesson. Let's have a short recap with our lesson during third quarter. Third quarter physical education is all about festival dancing. We talk about the classifications of festival dances, the religious and secular festivals. We also had a chance to experience, explore, and be familiar with Philippine festivals like Sinulog, Dinagyang, Panagbunga, and a lot more. Moreover, we also experienced to demonstrate and execute some of the basic steps used in festival dancing, like the close step, change step, cross change step, and blacking. Moving on, for this quarter in physical education, we are going to learn, explore, and discover things about active recreation. At the end of our session today, you should be able to explain what is recreation, identify outdoor, indoor, passive, and active recreation, and discuss the importance of joining recreational activities. But before that, let's check out what are the things you already know about recreation. Please prepare now your activity sheet. In your activity sheet, let us answer the first activity, number 1, the pre-assessment. We will read the questions and choose the letter of the correct answer. Write your answer on the space provided. Are you ready? Let's get started. Number 1. Activities done during free time is called recreation. What is the primary reason why one engages in recreational activity? A. Fun. B. Fitness. C. Enjoyment. Or letter D. Fundamentals. What is your answer? Correct. The answer is letter C, enjoyment. Number 2. Activities such as camping, hiking, orienteering, and mountaineering are under category of A. Recreation activities, B. Indoor recreation activities, C. Outdoor recreation activities, or letter D. Active recreation activities. What is your answer? That's right. The correct answer is letter C. Number 3. Navigating an unfamiliar place is a skill required in A. Camping, B. Hiking, C. Orienteering, or letter D. Mountaineering. What is your answer? If your answer is letter C, you are correct. Number 4. After a hike, everyone should bring his or her own waste home. This is a manifestation of the A. Leave no trace policy, B. Garbage management policy, C, or letter D. Environmental awareness policy. What is your answer? Alright, the correct answer is A. Number 5. Active recreation responsibility. Which of the following is the best reason for this? Is it A. Maintain weight, B. To have a healthy lifestyle, C. Keep a physically fit body, or letter D. Have fun, enjoyment, and satisfaction? What is your answer? If you answered letter D, you are correct. How many correct answers did you get? Very good. And involvement. Let me first ask you this one. How do we spend our time? We spend our time in 3 categories. And what are those? We have the existence, the time we use in attending our biological needs, like eating and sleeping. We also have subsistence, the time we use for our obligations, like going to school or work. And free time, the time we use for enjoyment, participating in some recreational activities. Now, let us define recreation. Recreation is the expenditure of time with an intent to gain some refreshment. It is a break from monotony and a diversion from the daily routine. It is a positive change from a stereotypical lifestyle and involves an active participation in some entertaining activity. Recreation is anything that is stimulating and rejuvenating for an individual. Some people enjoy nature hikes, others enjoy skiing, or both. The idea behind these activities is to expand the mind and body in a positive, healthy way. Recreation is a voluntary participation in an activity during free and unobligated time. Recreational activities should be your interest, and again, it should be voluntary. It should meet the recreational needs like aesthetic, educational, social, and physiological. There are 2 types of recreation according to the place of an event. It can be outdoor or indoor recreational activity. It is indoor recreation when the activity is within the premises of home or inside a building, and outdoor recreation when the activity is undertaken in a natural, rural open space outside buildings. We also classify recreation according to involvement. We have the active and passive recreational activity. It is a passive recreation when it involves little exertion of energy but is generally sustained. For example, reading and fishing. Active recreation, an activity that requires a considerable expenditure of energy like cycling. The difference between the two is that active recreation involves using a lot of energy and makes you move around a lot and makes you active. While passive recreation is more of leisure or relaxation activity. You are calmer and you don't have to move as much. It is important to balance both active and passive activity in your lifestyle, as your body needs to keep active moving for you to become healthy and fit, while allowing your body to relax and rejuvenate. Now, let us do activity number 2. In your activity sheet, let us identify the given activities if it's an indoor or outdoor recreational activity. Write indoor if the activity is done indoor, and write outdoor if the activity is done outdoor. Write your answers on the space provided. Are you ready? Let's do it. For number 1, volleyball. What is your answer? If your answer is indoor, you are correct. Next, number 2, hiking. What is your answer? Correct. It is an outdoor. How about number 3, camping? What is your answer? That's right. It is an outdoor. For number 4, badminton. What is your answer? The correct answer is indoor. For number 5, orienteering. What is your answer? That's right. It is an outdoor. How was your score? Did you get all the correct answers? Great job! Now, let's proceed with the importance of benefits of participating in a recreational activity. Number 1, one of the benefits of joining recreational activities is having a stronger bond with family. There are many activities that a family can enjoy doing together on a daily basis. It could be anything like a board game, or table tennis, or games like badminton, or volleyball, or watching a movie, or a walk or jog in the park, or playing with pets. Setting apart time to engage in leisure time activities with your family is one of the best ways to bring down stress and unwanted worries. This also builds stronger bonds among the members of the family. The care, attention, and security that you get within your family will help you decide how happy you are. This will in turn add to your overall health and well-being. Next, number 2. Joining recreational activity can help to reduce levels of anxiety and stress. Having a calm and clear mind is important for any person to function normally. Your mental well-being decides on how well you perform each day and how successful you are. People who continue to work like a machine each and every day with no recreational activities are likely to be stressed and drained out in no time, and this will stop them from achieving their plans and goals. Engaging in recreational activities with your friends and loved ones on a regular basis will bring down tensions and stress and help you maintain a proper balance in your lives. Moving on with number 3. Recreational activity makes you healthy and fit. Engaging in recreational activities like a walk, jog, aerobics, a favorite sport, dance, or regular workouts on a daily basis help to stay physically strong, fit, and healthy. This is good for removing sluggishness, prevents unwanted diseases, gives you better levels of concentration, and helps you to stay focused. Your blood results are likely to stay within normal range, and you can cut down on the number of visits to your doctor. Next, number 4. Participating in a recreational activity can give you a better level of motivation and self-esteem. Participating in leisure time activities on a regular basis not just helps you stay focused and happy. It improves your level of confidence and self-esteem. You feel strongly motivated to perform to the best of your ability. Number 5. Recreational activity can improve quality of your life. Recreational and leisure time help you to attain proper balance in your lives. This brings about a level of contentment in your life, and you feel totally free of unwanted worries and stress. This, in turn, helps a person to perform better and be successful. Thus, the overall quality of your life is improved. Next, number 6. Recreational activity can increase the levels of productivity, ensuring success. Participating in recreational or leisure time activities on a regular basis gives a person a better level of confidence, good memory, emotional and mental stability, optimism, excellent decision-making skills, and independence. It's highly unlikely that they suffer from tension, worries, anxiety, stress, confusion, or anger. All work and no play will surely make you dull, boring, and unproductive. Even if we have set apart a time for leisure in our day, most of the time it gets pushed a day off from work. You need to maintain a perfect balance between work, recreational activities, and rest to be physically and mentally fit and to be fruitful and successful in life. Do you now realize the importance to balance work and fun? That's great. Let us now answer activity number 3. In activity number 3, you are going to write T if the statement is true, and write F if the statement is false. Write your answer on the space provided. Are you ready? Let's do it. Number 1. Recreational activity increase the level of anxiety and stress. Again, for number 1, recreational activity increase the level of anxiety and stress. What is your answer? False is the correct answer. Number 2, one of the benefits we can get in doing or participating in a recreational activity is increased level of productivity, ensuring successful lives. Is it true or false? What is your answer? That's right, it's true. Moving on with number 3. Engaging in recreational activity builds stronger bonds among the members of the family. The care, attention, and security that you get with your family will help you decide how happy you are. This will in turn add to your overall health and well-being. Is it true or false? What is your answer? Very good. True is the correct answer. Number 4. Engaging in a recreational activities like a walk, jog, aerobics, a favorite sport, dance, or regular workouts on a daily basis helps you stay physically strong, fit, and healthy. Is it true or false? What is your answer? Very good, it's true. Next, number 5. recreational and leisure time. Let's go back to number 5. Number 5, again, recreational and leisure time activities help you to attain proper balance in your lives. Again, for number 5, recreational and leisure time activities help you to attain proper balance in your lives. What is your answer? Very good, it's true. How was your score? Did you get all the correct answers? Let's have a recap on the different things we tackled in this episode. First, we define recreation as a voluntary participation in activity during free and unobligated time. Recreation is the expenditure of time with an intent to gain some refreshment. It is a break from monotony and a diversion from the daily routine. It is a positive change from the stereotypical lifestyle and involves an active participation in some entertaining activity. We categorize recreation activity according to the place of an event, the outdoor and indoor recreation activity, and according to involvement, the passive and active recreation activity. We also talk about the importance of joining or doing recreation activities. Joining recreation activity can help in having a stronger bond with family. Joining recreational activity can help to reduce levels of anxiety and stress. Recreational activity also makes you healthy and fit. Participating in a recreation activity can give you a better level of motivation and self-esteem. And recreation activity also can improve quality of life, as well as recreation activity can increase the levels of productivity, ensuring success. I think that's it for today, mga Lodi kong grade 9 learners. We are done with today's episode. The sun is about to set, and it's time for us to pack up. Have you enjoyed our lesson for today? That's great. I hope that you had fun and had a great time this afternoon. Remember that recreation's purpose is not to kill time, but to make life. Not to keep a person occupied, but to keep them refreshed. Not to offer an escape from life, but to provide a discovery of life. This has been your teacher broadcaster in PE9. This is Sir Ram Gawat saying #keep healthy, be fit, and be active. Mga Tarlak, shine Tarlak. Thank you for listening and God bless. See you again next time.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac. Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This is Bettina Olga Manuel, your nurse broadcaster for special episode for Health Hour. Muli isang masigla, mapagpala at kaaya-ayang hapon po sa ating mga tagapanood at tagapakinig ng Aral TarlakHenyo. Kahit sa panahon ng pandemya, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagtaas ng kaso ng paggamit ng pinagbabawal na gamot at pabata ng pabata ang mga gumagamit nito. Kaya ngayong hapon pong ito, atin pong tatalakayin kung paano makakaiwas sa paggamit ng pinagbabawal na gamot, partikular na sa ating mga kabataan. Ngayong hapon pong ito, atin pong makakasama ang maasahang nurse ng Camiling West at San Clemente District, walang iba kundi si Maria Elena Domingo. Magandang hapon, Nurse Ile.
Magandang hapon din, Nurse Olga. Isang mapagpalang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Nurse Ile, kamusta naman ang current drug scenario ng ating bansa?
Alam mo ba, Nurse Olga, na around 1.6 million or 2 out of 100 Filipinos aged 10 to 69 are current drug users? According to the results of the 2019 National Household Survey on the Patterns and Trends of Drug Abuse, released by the Dangerous Drugs Board. While there were no accurate statistics available, it is estimated by Dangerous Drug Board as many as 3.7 million in the Philippines are dealing with drug addiction in just the year 2016, and 65% of it is young people.
Nurse Ile, pabata ng pabata mga gumagamit ng ipinagbabawal na gamot. May mga batas ba tayo tungkol sa paggamit ng ipinagbabawal na gamot? At ano nga ba ang drugs?
Meron, Nurse Olga. Ito ay ang Republic Act 9165 o ang Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Ano ba ang mga violations under RA 9165? Ito ay ang illegal cultivation, culture, delivery, administration, dispensation, manufacture, sale, trading, transportation, distribution, importation, exportation, and possession of any dangerous drug and or controlled precursor and essential chemical. And the maximum penalty is life imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 to 10 million. Ano naman ang droga o ang gamot? Ang gamot ay anumang sangkap maliban sa pagkain o tubig na kapag pumasok sa katawan ay nakakapagpabago ng isip at katawan.
Tama, Nurse. Paano mo masasabi na mali ang paggamit ng isang gamot or pinagbabawal na gamot?
Ang pang-aabuso sa droga ay tumutukoy sa isang individual na patuloy na gumagamit ng droga na kahit na alam nilang nagdudulot na ito ng masamang epekto sa kanilang kalusugan at kapakanan. Patuloy na gagamit ang mga nag-aabuso sa droga kahit na gumuguho na ang kanilang buhay panlipunan at bumabagsak ang kanilang katatagan sa kanilang pananalapi. Halimbawa nito ay ang paggamit ng reseta sa maling paraan.
Ganun pala yun, Nurse Ile. Ano naman yung mga gamot na madalas nagagamit sa maling paraan?
There are 4 categories of drugs according to effects. Ang pinakauna ay ang stimulant o ang tinatawag na pampasigla. Ito ay nagpapabilis sa takbo ng panggitnang sistema ng nerbiyos o central nervous system at ng mga mensaheng patungo at mula sa utak. Pinapabilis nito ang pintig ng puso at tumataas ang temperature at presyon ng dugo. Halimbawa nito ay nikotina na makikita sa sigarilyo, caffeine na makikita sa mga kape, cola, tsokolate, mga tabletang pampapayat at mga inuming pampalakas. Pseudoephedrine na matatagpuan sa iba't ibang uri ng gamot na pang-ubo at sipon, cocaine, amphetamine, LSD at ecstasy. Ang sigarilyo o cigarette ay isa ring uri ng stimulant o pampasigla. Ito ay may sangkap na nicotine. Ito ay binubuo ng filter, tobacco at ash at ito ay sinisindihan. Samantalang ang e-cigarette ay isang device na hindi nasusunog o gumagamit ng tobacco leaves. Bagkus gumagamit ito ng vaporized solution na sinisinghot ng taong gumagamit nito. Ito ay may battery, switch, liquid cartridge na ginalagyan ng e-liquid, atomizer at mouthpiece. These are illustrations of people who are using vape o e-cigarette.
So So Nurse Ile, may question ako. Yung tar daw kasi ang nagkakos ng cancer at hindi yung nicotine. So yung mga vape kasi, o yung mga gumagamit ng vape, walang tar. So ibig sabihin ba nun, yung mga vape ay hindi nakaka-cancer?
Actually, fake news yan, Nurse Olga. The popularity of e-cigarette has increased. And while current evidence suggests that they are highly likely to be considerably less harmful than cigarettes, their use is not free of risk to the user because there have been reports of adverse events in the pulmonary, oral, gastrointestinal, and other bodily systems following exposure to e-cigarette aerosols. Halos lahat ng organ system ng katawan ay apektado. It's true that e-cigarettes do not produce tar, which we all know can cause cancer. However, they still contain chemicals that can cause cancer. E-cigarette aerosols have lower levels of toxins compared to cigarette smokes, but they still contain nicotine and other nicotine-related impurities, ultrafine toxic particles, and other potentially harmful chemicals which can cause cancer as shown in this slide. They have identified 113 chemicals in 50 brands of liquids, and more compounds are observed in the aerosol over the respective solutions because some chemicals are generated during vaporization. This slide will show you the substance identified in e-cigarette aerosols and liquids. Tandaan, e-cigarette man yan o hindi, masama pa din sa katawan natin.
Tama, Nurse. Wala talagang naidudulot na mabuti sa ating kalusugan ng paninigarilyo, di ba?
Tama yan, Nurse Olga.
Nurse Ile, may isang question pa ako. So how does smoking and vaping naman contribute to our air pollution and climate change?
Climate change refers to a long-term shift in temperature and weather pattern. Pollution made by cigarettes and e-cigarettes greatly affects not only the soil but also the air and water. It is estimated that 600 million trees are cut down every year to produce tobacco products. Cigarette manufacturing machines use up to 4 miles of paper an hour just to roll and package the cigarette. Another thing, tobacco growth and cultivation cause deforestation. So trees are often cut down to make room for tobacco plants. Once tobacco plants are being harvested, then they are cured. Sometimes the curing is done by air drying. But often, tobaccos are cured by burning wood to heat the air, which speeds up the process. As mentioned earlier, tobacco is a pesticide-intensive crop. It uses nearly 20 million of pesticides, including insecticides, herbicides, fungicides, applied to the U.S. grown crop from 1994 to 1998. It ranks 6 in terms of the amount of pesticide applied per acre. So hindi nyo na magagamit ang lupa kapag nagtanim ng tobacco kasi sobrang dami na ng pataba o abono ang nilagay dito. In 1980s, the cigarette butts have consistently made up of 30 to 40% of all items collected in the annual international coastal and urban cleanups. Add to this, the filing of your e-gadgets due to the rising use of your e-cigarettes among adults and teenagers. As mentioned earlier, the number 1 most littered thing in US and the number 1 most littered item in America is your earth. In about 4.5 trillion cigarettes discarded each year worldwide. So how does it affect our water? Cigarette butts are commonly found in the dead bodies of sea animals. Cigarettes are primarily plastics made up of cellulose acetate fibers that will take years to break down. For our air, your cigarette and cigarette release 7,000 environmentally toxic chemicals in air. And did you know that air pollutants can modify pollen allergenicity through interaction with allergens? Ibig sabihin, mas nagiging allergic ang mga may hika. Mas nag-exacerbate sila. Mas gumagrabe sila dahil naaamoy nila ang mga pollens na ito. In summary, nakakasama po ang paninigarilyo o vaping sa planet Earth. Kaya dapat tigilan natin to.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Ile. May follow-up question pa ako. Di ba nasa pandemya pa rin tayo? So yung mga smokers ba at saka vapers, mas mataas ba or mas high risk ba sila na ma-infect ng COVID-19 kahit nakabakuna na sila?
Ang smoking o pananagarilyo o vaping cannabis o paggamit ng e-cigarette damages the lungs and harms the immune system. Ito po ang lumalaban sa mga sakit, parte ng katawan na lumalaban para mabuhay tayo. The Cleveland Clinic study found that COVID-19 patients who have smoked more than 30 pack years, they are 2.25 times higher odds of hospitalization and 1.89 times more likely to die than those who never smoke. People who smoke or who have smoked in the past are most likely hospitalized or die from COVID-19 than people who haven't smoked. In our body, there is what you call the angiotensin converting enzyme 2 receptor o ang ACE2 receptor. Dito dumidikit yung COVID-19. Yung part naman ng COVID-19 virus na dumidikit dito sa ACE2 receptor na to ay tinatawag na S2 domain. So ang COVID-19 virus na dumidikit sa ACE2 receptor ay ano ang nangyayari? This is not regulated. Dumadami ito in the epithelial cells, respiratory tract of smokers, and smoking-associated pathology such as yung may mga chronic obstructive pulmonary disease at idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Meron pang pag-aaral na nagsasabi na ang e-cigarette o vaping which contain high amount of nicotine might have contribute to overexpression of your S2. It can also contribute to serious COVID-19 associated complications. Ibig sabihin, habang dumadami ang paghihit-hit, mas dumadami ang pintuan na ito, ang ACE2 receptors. So mas madali kang makakuha ng COVID-19 virus ngayon. Kaya kayong mga kabataan, huwag kayong magnigarilyo. And those who try to smoke, to quit. And reduce the risk of coronavirus infection. Smoking increases the risk of lung infection and you are twice likely to get pneumonia and 5 times likely to get flu than from non-smokers. Stopping smoking includes heart, lungs, and the immune system. Stopping smoking is the most effective way of improving life of your family, friends, loved ones, now and in the future.
Correct ka dyan, Nurse Ile. Kaya habang bata pa tayo, umiwas na tayo sa bisyo. Nurse Ile, are there laws in place to protect us children, teens, and young adults from smoking and vaping?
Actually, there are laws in place to protect. So yung mga EO 26 at 106, they pertain to ban smoking and vaping in enclosed places. Ito yung nakakatulong para hindi ma-expose sa mga second-hand smokers. The laws include the ban on their sale to minors. Based on studies, raising taxes on these products are effective ways to curb smoking and vaping. Since mas mahal ang sigarilyo, the youth cannot buy it. The RA 11346, 11467 are the sin tax law. They were exactly for that. They raised the taxes on traditional and e-cigarettes. The law also specifies that access to e-cigarette is for 21 years old. However, this is being challenged by a provision, ito yung vape bill, which is to lower the age by 18 instead of 21. And the reason of the lawmakers is para daw pare-pareho na ang edad na pwedeng bumili ng cigarette at e-cigarette. However, this is a blow to what was once a victory for the youth. Kasi sabi nga nila, the brain is not fully matured until 25 years old. If you start earlier, mas malaki ang pansala. So part of the brain that is affected is the one for higher learning, for memory, and for mood. Kaya mas maganda na ang Food and Drug Administration ang regulatory board at hindi ang Department of Trade and Industry. Because anything we want to inhale, we want to be regulated by a board that is for health. At dapat walang flavors. Kasi it's because of the flavor kaya kayo sumusubok. Kahit sa matatanda, gusto nila mas masarap ang lasa. There's an FDA advisory banning on the distribution, importation, manufacturing, sale, offer for sale, and online retail of flavored liquid refill solutions other than tobacco and menthol flavor for vapor products starting May 25, 2022. And June is considered as the National No Smoking Month. But it doesn't mean na hindi lang maninigarilyo tuwing buwan ng Hunyo, kung hindi dapat hindi manigarilyo sa buong taon.
Nurse Ile, ano pa yung tatlong category ng drugs?
The second category of drugs is the hallucinogens o ang pampatakbo ng guni-guni. Ang mga pampatakbo ng guni-guni ay nakakaapekto sa pangunawa. Ang mga taong nakagamit nito ay maaaring makakita o makaninig ng mga bagay sa baliktad na paraan. Ang mga pandama ay nagiging magulo, lalong-lalo na sa oras, ingay at kulay. Malaki ang pagkakaiba ng mga epekto ng pampatakbo ng guni-guni at hindi madaling mahulaan. Halimbawa nito ay ang marijuana, ecstasy, LSD at magic mushroom. The third category is the sedatives o ang pampahina. Ang salitang ito ay hindi nangangahulugan na ang tao ay nakakaramdam ng panghihina o pagkalungkot matapos gumamit ng gamot. Ang mga pampahina ay nagpapabagal sa takbo ng panggitnang sistema ng nerbiyos o ang central nervous system at ng mga mensaheng ipinapadala patungo at mula sa utak. Ang pintig ng puso at paghinga ay bumabagal din. Halimbawa nito ay tranquilizers at alcohol. And the last category is the narcotics o narkotiko. Ito ay may katangian na nagpapabago ng kalagayan na maaaring nakakatulong sa paggaling ng isang pasyente na dumadanas ng isang malubhang trauma o sakit. Halimbawa nito ay morphine, codeine, at heroin.
Nurse, ito yung madalas na tinatanong ng nakakarami, no? Bakit ba nalululong yung ating mga kabataan sa paggamit ng pinagbabawal na gamot or droga?
Ang mga kabataan ay gumagamit ng bawal na gamot sa katulad ng mga dahilan na binibigay ng mga may edad sa kanilang paggamit ng bawal na gamot. Kabilang dito ay ang mga sumusunod na kadahilanan. Upang magsaya, matakasan at malimutan ang problema, magkaroon ng tiwala sa sarili, makihalubilo, magdiwang, mag-eksperimento, mawala ang pagkabagot, mag-relax, at upang mapawi ang sakit.
At paano mo naman masasabi, nurse, ng isang tao ay umaabuso na sa paggamit nito?
Ang mga epekto ng bawal na gamot ay magkakaiba sa bawat tao. Walang pisikal o emosyonal na mga pagbabago na partikular lamang sa paggamit ng bawal na gamot. Ngunit ang isang bata ay may pagkilos na hindi karaniwan sa loob ng mahabang panahon ay maaaring may problema. Kabilang sa ilang babalang palatandaan ay panghihina, pagbabago ng kagawian sa pagkain, iritable, lumalabas sa buong magdamag, pagbaba ng marka sa paaralan, bigla at madalas na pagbabagos ng mga kaibigan, isang hindi maipaliwanag na pangangailangan ng pera, pagkakaroon ng maraming pera, pagkawala ng mamahaling gamit, at problema sa pulis. These are other signs of substance abuse, malnutrition, panic reaction, at physical damages. And this is an image of a person who have been using drugs, particularly methamphetamine o tinatawag na shabu.
So nandito na tayo sa main point ng ating topic, nurse, no? What can a person do to prevent drug abuse or the usage of illegal drugs?
A person should maintain good physical and mental health. Use drugs as directed. Most drugs are beneficial when used under medical advice. Understand your own self, accept and respect yourself for what you are. Develop your potentials. Engage in wholesome, productive, and fulfilling activities. Learn to relate effectively to those who can communicate your problems freely. Learn to cope with your problems and other stresses without resorting to drug abuse. Seek professional help if you feel you cannot cope with your problems. And lastly, you have to develop strong moral and spiritual foundations.
Nurse Ile, ito na yung aking huling katanungan, no? Meron ba tayong programa ang ating kagawaran upang maiwas ang ating mga kabataan sa mga ganitong bisyo?
Meron Nurse Olga. Isa dito ay ang okay sa DEPED. Now on its fourth year, the implementation of offline kalusugan sa DEPED o ang okay sa DEPED continues to ensure the safety, health, and well-being of learners, whether in distant learning modality or during face-to-face classes. Officially launched in 2018 through the DEPED Order Number 28, okay sa DEPED is the convergence of DEPED's school health and nutrition programs for the effective implementation of the school level. It highlights 6 flagship programs, and one of these is the National Drug Education Program, o tinatawag na NDEP, as supported by Comprehensive Tobacco Control. Ito ay tumutugon sa problema sa drug abuse sa pamamagitan ng pakipagtulungan sa iba't ibang sektor. Ang mga components nito ay curriculum at instruction, mga serbisyong umaagapay sa curriculum, pagpapaunlad sa kapasidad ng mga guro at iba pang kawani, drug education ng mga magulang at ng komunidad, research, evaluation, at monitoring. Another program is the Barkada Kontra Droga. This is a program of the Dangerous Drugs Board designed to promote youth empowerment through organizing a worthy group called Barkada, which will lead a healthy lifestyle that is drug-free and productive. This is a peer-based program designed as a preventive education and information strategy to counter the dangers and disastrous effects of drug abuse. It aims to empower the individual to be a catalyst within his or her peer group in advocating healthy, drug-free lifestyle through involvement in various wholesome activities. The top 5 most participated activities under Barkada Kontra Droga are dancing activities, creative writing activities, peer counseling activities, art activities, and religious activities. Tandaan, love yourself and be drug-free. At dito po natatapos ang ating talakayan.
Very informative talaga ang ating naging topic ngayong hapong, nurse. Kaya maraming salamat po for sharing your knowledge and expertise with regards to prevention of drug use and smoking among our youth. Sana po marami po kayong napulot na aral ngayong hapong ito. Bago po kami magpaalam, nais po naming iparating ang aming taus-pusong pasasalamat sa ating butihing Superintendent, Dr. Ronaldo A. Poson, sa mga mababait at masisipag na mga Assistant Superintendents, Dr. Armando Catili and Dr. Maria Celina Vega, ang ating Division Chiefs, the ever-supportive Dr. Noel Linsao and Dr. Paulino Dipano, our amiable and hardworking Mother of School Health Unit, Dr. Marilyn Manalo, Health and Nutrition Personnels, District Supervisors, School Principals and Heads, Health Specialists, Teaching and Non-Teaching Personnels, Learners, at lahat ng mga nagtulong-tulong upang maipatupad po ang mga programang ito. Sa ating pong mga eksperto na patuloy na nagsasaliksik upang mas lalong mapabuti ang ating pamumuhay, kayo po ang mga bayani, lalo na po sa panahon ng pandemya. Sa aming mga stakeholders ng kagawaran ng edukasyon, maraming salamat po sa patuloy na pagtulong para sa ating mga kabataan na siyang pag-asa ng bayan. Nurse Ile, any parting words before we end our program?
Shoutout po sa mga health and nutrition specialists, mga guro, mga mag-aaral na nanonood ng programang ito mula sa Kamiling West, San Clemente at Mayantok District. At sa mga kasamahan namin sa School Health Unit ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, isang karangalan na mapabilang sa inyo.
Muli, ako po si Nurse Bettina Olga ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province.
At ako naman po si Nurse Maria Elena Domingo,
na nag-iiwan ng katagang, minsan ka lang mabubuhay sa mundo kaya piliin mo ang mga taong hindi magbubuyong sa'yo sa masamang bisyo. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Stay safe and magandang hapon po. Bye-bye!
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today?
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac
Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Sir Joshua Evaristo, your teacher broadcaster,
Aiming to give you another fun-filled learning experience, serving you with the different skills, learn and have fun together.
Alam niyo ba na ang first Filipino Olympic medalist ay si Teofilo Ildefonso? Siya ang kauna-unahang Pinoy at Southeast